Fabian, what are you doing for your birthday?
I'll be doing some traveling.
Ready. Okay. Ready? Okay. Good evening, everybody. I would like to call this meeting of the August 8th Operations Work Group to order. We do have a packed agenda tonight. We are going to be discussing an hourly wage increase option for education assistants, status update on district vacancies and hirings from the HR department, an overview of school safety, a review of summer maintenance projects, and 2 policies that are potential action items for the end of August. We will. Dr. Jenkins, you.
Okay.
We'll start with the written statements. There were 8 written statements submitted for today's meeting. 1 submission in support of stronger and more specific language in the wellness policy around active transportation, specifically regarding safe routes to school programs. 4 statements in support of providing more best practice language from the American Heart Association in the wellness policy, as well as the addition of language that allows individuals access to free drinking water, to carry refillable water bottles, and the inclusion of water bottle filling stations. 1 in support of the Healthy Kids collaboration and everything they are doing for the Madison community. 1 in support of increasing discussions about water access and how more water access could boost students' energy and keep them focused in class throughout. 1 in support of upgrading water pressure and having cold water at some schools to make using water bottle filling stations more appealing and efficient, as well as better lunches in school. And I just want to remind everyone that you can access the full written statements attached to this agenda item. The next on our agenda is public appearances. And for the public comment tonight, before we start, I just wanted to let everyone know that we have interpreters for Spanish speakers if needed. Before you start your comment, please let us know if you will be needing the interpreter. As you give your comment, please take periodic pauses for interpretation. An extra time will be granted if interpretation is needed. There will also be interpretation of the live stream via YouTube, and the link will be in the comments on YouTube. All right, I think we are ready.
Okay, first up, we have Sophia Zhang.
Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today. My name is Sophia Zhang, and I'm a student from Bell Phillips Memorial High School. And I'm here today to advocate for the inclusion of water access in the district policy. All children, no matter where they live, should have access to clean, safe drinking water. Hydration can help children learn better and prevent illness, which creates a healthier school environment. Because of this, water access is extremely crucial and must be codified in this policy in order to maintain and improve the well-being of our students. As a high schooler, I know firsthand the importance of hydration, especially when it comes to rigorous academics and athletics, as well as the benefits it has on one's mental and physical health. I'm also the founder of VPM High School's Children for Future Club, also known as CFF, so I'm extremely committed to the health and wellness of my peers. Last year, water fountains were closed due to COVID. With few working water bottle filling stations, access to water was limited. As a result, many of my friends could not focus on tests and had headaches at sports practices. Water access must be included in the policy to prevent these kinds of situations. There is substantial student support for the inclusion of water access in the policy. A survey CFF conducted this spring shows that 94.5% of students surveyed expressed support for a water access policy. Furthermore, the survey showed that out of 10 health and wellness categories, nutrition, which includes water access, had an approval rate of only 28.3%, the second lowest approval rate out of the 10 categories. I am not only speaking on behalf of myself and my desire to improve water access, but also on behalf of my fellow students who support this cause, as shown in the survey, as well as a coalition of local organizations that CFF has been partnered with, all of whom have been passionately advocating for water access. Together, we ask that the policy includes specific language allowing water bottles in classrooms and requiring water bottle filling stations in newly built schools and those undergoing major renovations, which would ensure accessible water for all of our students. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Sophia.
Next, we have Lisa Adams.
Right, Lisa?
Good evening, I'm Lisa Adams. I'm a parent of two students at Thoreau, one who will be a second grader and one who will be a fourth grader. And I would like to just also speak in strong support of adding into the policy, the wellness policy portion of the district policy, the water access language as proposed by the Healthy Kids Collaborative. My kids have both told me about how they feel when they don't have enough water. It's hard for them to focus in school, and as elementary students, that can be really frustrating and can lead to other issues when they're not able to focus or they don't feel well. Both of my students, my children, were very excited when Thoreau got a new water bottle filling station this past school year. In fact, they created their own little group in their classrooms called Waterworks, where they all got together to track how many single-use plastic bottles were saved essentially by using the water filling station. They loved tracking that down and adding it up. And at the end of the year, they all got together to kind of look at how much they were able to save in those single-use plastics. So it even went beyond the health of them and looked into, there was math involved and environmentalism and recycling that went into that. So they're really passionate about it. And I think that it's incredibly important to put this in the policy, not just because of the impact it has on our current students across all of the district, but it also ensures that this equitable access for kids is there for the future, and it won't be easily stripped away in future years.
Thank you, Lisa.
Next, we have Elvia Montes.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Elvia Montes. Soy madre de dos niñas, una que acabó de terminar la secundaria, y ella antes llegaba a la casa con mucha sed y me contaba que no tenía tiempo para tomar agua porque no había tantos bebederos de agua y las filas eran
perdón,
enormes.
¿me puedo interrumpir para traducir?
Sí,
She
claro.
says, my name is Elvia Montes, and I'm the mother of two daughters, one of them who is a middle school student. And the reason I'm here is because my daughter, my middle schooler, used to come home and complain about the fact that there wasn't enough water. She didn't have access to water at school. Adelante.
Porque los maestros no le daban suficientemente tiempo para que ella pudiese tomar agua. Entonces creo que es importante que tengan su botellita de agua y que también tengan más acceso o que hagan más bebederos de agua.
Because the teachers wouldn't give her enough time to drink water. So I think it's very important that students have their bottles of water so they can have water, and also to be able to access water fountains.
Mi segundo punto es, tengo una niñita de 5 años que va a entrar recién al kinder, y mi preocupación de ella es una niña especial que necesita ayuda, y creo que los bebederos fáciles serían muy buenos para ella, para llenar su botellita de agua cuando lo necesite.
And the other thing too is that I have a second daughter who is 5 years old, who's going to be a kindergarten, and she is a special needs child. And so to have drinking fountains that are of easy access would be beneficial for her to be able to fill her water bottle.
Además que en este verano yo vi que los maestros tienen muchos estudiantes y no ponen atención mucho a los niños, entonces creo que ella también, como los maestros se beneficiarían y como ella se beneficiaría a que pueda ella misma hacer sus cosas por ella misma.
So one thing I did notice this summer during summer classes that the teachers have a lot of students, and sometimes they don't have time, or they are able to see all the students and what's going on with the students. So it would be really beneficial for her to be independent and be able to fill up her own water bottle.
Espero que nuestras observaciones o nuestras opiniones las tomen en cuenta para que nuestros hijos puedan tener una mejor aprendizaje.
I just hope that you take into consideration our opinions, our comments, so that our children can have better learning opportunities, or just a better learning environment.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, Elvia.
Next is Isabel Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes a todos, soy Isabel Rodriguez y tengo un hijo en las escuelas, entonces creo que es bien importante que tengamos acceso a los bebederos. Bueno, ya ahorita en la actualidad pues sería más conveniente con las botellitas.
My name is Isabel Rodriguez, and I have one son in the school district. And I also think that our children should have access to drinking fountains, and at least the little bottles.
Bueno, yo en mi experiencia, mi hijo me ha como empujado a tomar agua porque yo misma estoy trabajando y no tengo tiempo de pararme a agarrar una botella de agua, entonces no me hidrato.
In my own personal experience, I have to credit my son for encouraging me to drink a lot of water because since I'm working so much, I don't drink enough water and I don't hydrate myself.
Entonces creo que es muy importante que los niños tengan acceso a las fuentes o los dispensarios de agua.
So I think it's very important that children have access to these drinking fountains.
Y puedan tener acceso para llenar sus propias botellas de agua en el momento que ellos lo necesiten y tenerlo a un lado de su escritorio.
And that they can have access to their bottles, so they can fill them up whenever they want, and they can have them next to their desk.
En mi experiencia, bueno, yo tengo ya mi botella de agua y creo que a los niños también les beneficiaría y les educaría a estar tomando agua y educarse. Hidratarse, perdón.
As you can see, I have my water bottle next to me, and I think the kids would really benefit to be able to hydrate and constantly be drinking water and have their own bottle, their water bottles.
Creo que es bien importante que tengamos los dispensarios para que ellos mismos puedan tener ese acceso, porque tenemos en cuenta que los maestros están bien ocupados con muchos estudiantes, entonces no tienen el tiempo de estarles repitiendo a los niños que tomen agua. Entonces creo que sería muy importante que ellos mismos tuvieran acceso.
I think it's really important that our students have access to the water bottle filling stations, so that because since the teachers are so busy and they can't keep track of everybody, so at least the students can keep track of their own water consumption.
Bueno, yo como madre de un estudiante les pido a todas las personas que están al frente de este proyecto que puedan instalar o renovar los bebederos de agua con la botella, porque creo que es también mucho más higiénico tomarlos en la botella que estar agachados en el chorrito tomando el agua.
So here I'm asking all of you to please consider to reinstalling these water bottle filling stations, because I think it's more hygienic. It's better hygiene to be drinking out of their own individual water bottle versus drinking out of the water fountain.
Gracias a todos por este proyecto y pues gracias por el apoyo a todas las escuelas para nuestros estudiantes.
thank you to everybody for this project, and thank you for all the support that you provide our students throughout our schools.
Gracias, Isabel.
Next is John Koval.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm Sean Koval. I am the Healthy Schools Coordinator with the Healthy Kids Collaborative, which is a part of UW Health Kids and is a longtime partner of the school district. And I'm also a member of the District Wellness Advisory Council, which is in charge of the district wellness policy. And I'm also a member of the policy subcommittee of the District Wellness Advisory Council, and a Madison resident and soon to be MMSD parent. And I'm also talking to about the wellness policy and the water access provision specifically tonight. It felt weird because I actually put, as I was registering, that I was opposed to the wellness policy, which felt weird because I'm a huge supporter of the wellness policy and it's been a big part of my work over the last year. But the reason why I had to put that was because I just really feel that it lacks specificity in the policy section in some key areas, and water access is just one of them. And I think that it's really important that it takes into account important feedback from the DWAC that was collected last week, and takes into account input that we've helped collect since the spring from students, partners, and other stakeholders. Before I get into sort of some of the nitty gritty, I do want to give a huge shout out to Ashley Riley, who has been the ultimate champion and ultimate coordinator of everything related to the wellness policy behind the scenes. And she's done a great job of getting input from a lot of different folks and holding meetings and such like that. But a little bit more about the DWAC. So I think we had a meeting last week. We've met, and some good things really came out of that. I think we really liked that it contains all aspects of the whole school, whole child, whole community model, like the current wellness policy does. And I think we really like that it adds a student voice component. But the fact of the matter is that outside of a few areas around recess and taking away physical education, there lacks some specificity in other areas for which there is deep support and interest on the part of the stakeholders to support the district's work. And I know that there's policy versus procedure, and that's a very difficult process for you all to work. And without seeing what the procedures are in this case, I think it's hard to know what would be in there and what would not. And so I think it's fair to ask what would make a good thing to put in the wellness policy versus procedures. And the way that we've approached it in the DWAC is through sort of four lenses. And in my opinion, what makes sense to include in the policy section, beyond that it's good for student health, is, does it build on existing works and partnerships? Is it informed by school community input? Is it grounded in the equity vision of the district? And do we have the resources to do it? Is it practical? And I think the water access policy checks all of these boxes. You guys have all committed to spending ESSER funds to build many water bottle filling stations at existing schools. There's the Got Water initiative that the water utility, Healthy Kids, and the district have worked on for years to do this work leading up to the pandemic. There are a ton of partners that are there to help with implementation to provide water bottles. And all of those partners are listed on the stakeholder memo that you all have received that has over a dozen community partners signed on. As Sophia shared, this is supported by school community input. Students we surveyed over 300 students and did focus groups across East, La Follette, and Memorial. Overwhelming student support for the water access policy and prioritizing that. Two of your medical advisors have sent you a letter in the last week in support of this. Dozens of petitions, signatures, letters from elementary school students dropped off in your mailboxes, all supporting this. It's very popular. Is it grounded in the equity vision? Yes. I think that it's okay. Believe it or not, there are schools where students are not allowed to carry water bottles in this district because a teacher or a principal says that it's not okay because of behavior reasons or other reasons. And I would just call the attention to, are we okay with the fact that a student in one school is allowed to carry a water bottle with them and another one is not? To me, that seems like that's a no-brainer, that all students, no matter what their opinion of the principal about the matter, should be able to carry water with them. The last quick thing is, do we have the resources to do it? We absolutely do. This would cost little to nothing of the district. You guys have already made the key investments to retrofit buildings with these water bottle filling stations. This provision that we're asking for, the specific language, only pertains to new construction and major renovations. And conversations with key staff have said that, yes, we can do this, that we're already pretty much doing this. It's just not in the policy. So I just kind of ask that you guys look at the water access piece as a practical and popular addition to the wellness policy, because it builds on this existing work. It has wide community support. It's grounded in the district vision for equity, and it would be easy and affordable to implement. And thinking about the responsibility to the students and staff that we have around health, I think that should be put before liability and things that would lead towards this policy moving more towards the compliance side, rather than something that we can really celebrate our accomplishments around and be proud of. So I think it's a great opportunity to go above and beyond for children's health and children's wellness, and the water access is just one small part that I think that we could be more specific to do that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sean.
Next is Nicole Hodzinski.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nicole Hodzinski, the Advocacy Director for the American Heart Association. I want to start by thanking the district staff and school board members for the work that's gone into the wellness policy so far. And I also want to thank coalition partners, including residents, parents, and students, for taking time to voice their opinion tonight. We at the Heart Association are involved in this conversation for two reasons. The first reason is because we all know that consuming water and being adequately hydrated is super important to health. The second reason is because we really need to change the culture around beverage of choice. There are too many kids that are consuming too many sugar sweetened beverages these days. And we need to change that culture and help kids establish healthy habits early by making plain old tap water more available and attractive. MMSD, like Sean was saying, has been a leader in this space. Water filling stations are being installed in schools throughout the district as part of an ESSER allocation. And today we're here to ask you to continue to be a leader in this space and include specific language in the wellness policy. Specifically, we're advocating for two things. One is for students to be allowed to carry water bottles throughout the campus. The second is to ensure that when newly built schools or those undergoing major renovations are undergoing, that water filling stations are included. Regarding the first piece, the current language in the wellness policy under the nutrition services and environment section only encourages water bottles to be carried. We would request that that language is changed to specifically allow students to carry water bottles throughout the campus. The second piece regarding water filling stations in newly built and majorly renovated schools is mentioned in the physical environment section. In general, I would say this section needs a little bit more attention and specificity. Specific to water filling stations, we continue to advocate for best practice policy around placement criteria in or near the cafeteria in the gym, as well as in other high traffic areas. Additionally, language should include a minimum number of filling stations based on building occupancy, which is totally in line with how building and plumbing codes are currently set for schools. On this piece, I also want to underscore that placement of the filling stations is just as important as the number of filling stations. If our goal is to improve health and change the culture around go-to beverage, then filling stations need to be readily available throughout the building, making it quick and easy to fill your water bottle. Before I conclude, I just want to mention that this is a national priority for us at the Heart Association. I have colleagues all across the country that are working on this exact same issue. Some of the conversations are being held on the local district level, like we're having tonight, and other conversations are being held on a statewide level. And we're doing this work because we know how important water consumption is to overall health. And again, because we need to do more to help kids establish healthy habits early. I again want to thank district staff and board members for all the work that has gone into the wellness policy so far. And we look forward to continued conversations about how we can strengthen the language before it's up before the school board for a vote at the end of the month. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Next is Claudia Castillo. I believe you're on mute.
Hola, ¿qué tal a todos? Es un placer estar aquí esta noche. Mi nombre es Claudia Castillo, vivo aquí en la ciudad de Madison, Wisconsin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Claudia Castillo, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening with all of you.
La razón de estar aquí es por la importancia de que nuestros niños tengan acceso al agua. El distrito escolar está haciendo un muy buen trabajo en estas asambleas.
The reason I'm here is because I feel that our children should have access to water, and I think the school district is doing a wonderful job in these meetings.
Y mi aporte como cuidadora de niños, niñera, y he trabajado en muchos programas, incluso he estado trabajando en alguna ocasión para el distrito. Siento que el agua es un acceso importante primeramente por la hidratación y los beneficios a la salud que nuestros niños traería.
And from my point of view, as somebody who has taken care of kids, who takes care of kids, and at one point did work in the district, I think the water is very, very beneficial to the health of children.
Uno de los temas que traigo esta noche es la parte de el agua calma mucho a los niños, baja el nivel de estrés y creo que eso beneficia mucho al aprendizaje y a poder trabajar con ellos.
And one of the points that I want to bring up is that the water is calming. Water calms children. It lowers the stress level, and that's what it's one of the benefits for the children.
Y en lo personal, cuando yo trabajo con mis niños, siempre trabajo con números pequeños. Puedo decirle cada vez, recordarle que tienen que tomar agua. Uso una palabra para describir que tienen que hacerlo por su cuenta. Es decirle que se hidraten por sí mismos y que tomen el agua.
And as somebody who, like I said, as somebody who works with kids, and what I do when I work with the kids that I have, which is a small group, I constantly remind them to drink water, and I use the word hydrate yourself. So they have to know that they have to constantly be drinking water.
Por medio de este mensaje le estoy dando a ellos el poder de que ellos decidan qué cantidad de agua tienen que tomar y el efecto que ellos pueden lograr en su cuerpo.
And through this message, one thing that I want to communicate through them is that they have the power. They can decide for themselves how much water to drink, and that they are aware that this is something that's beneficial to their bodies.
Y uno de los beneficios importantes es que su cerebro va a estar suficientemente hidratados, no van a tener dolor de cabeza ni mareos, y van a estar lo suficiente atentos y activos para poder poner atención en sus clases y ser más óptimos, y además también van a poder ser más, no me sale la palabra, pero ahora la voy a decir.
So one of the benefits is how this is a positive impact, or how it benefits the brain, because through drinking water, they will be more alert, and they will be more active, and they will be able to learn better.
Otro de los puntos que quiero traer es la importancia de que nuestros niños tengan sus estaciones de agua para que ellos sean autosuficientes y sepan que puedan, que el agua está a su alcance todo el tiempo.
And another point that I want to mention is the importance of having these water bottle filling stations, so our students, the children, are independent and know when they need to get water and drink water.
Y bueno, y quisiera cerrar la idea con que nuestros niños necesitan el agua, porque el agua es vida, y el agua es algo indispensable para el ser humano, y como ya dije, la hidratación, y además es relajante.
And so I just want to finalize and say that our children need water, because water is life. Water, is relaxing for our kids.
Y bueno, quiero dar muchas gracias al trabajo del distrito escolar y a esta conferencia una vez más. Y bueno, un gran aplauso a todos nosotros.
So I would just want to thank the Madison School District for having this gathering and for everything that they're doing, and an applause to all of you.
Gracias, Claudia.
Next is Rosario Angelo.
Buenas noches. Quisiera cerrar con la opinión de, como madre de familia, que la ayuda para que los muchachos tengan los bebedores de agua en las escuelas es muy, muy importante.
Good evening. I just want to end as a mother to say that having water bottle filling stations in schools for the youth is very, very important.
Mis hijos han sido los que me han invitado a mí a tomar más agua, porque antes realmente yo no tomaba tanta agua, y creo que eso es muy importante para que nuestra comunidad latina continúe, nuestros niños latinos continúen tomando más agua y cambiar por ya no usar soda o jugos tan dulces.
And my kids were the ones that invited me to drink more water, because previously I didn't drink a lot of water. And it's really important that our kids, especially our Latin kids, change their habits. Instead of drinking sugary drinks, that they get in the habit of drinking more water.
Ya que todos sabemos que el agua es muy importante para nuestra salud, que el distrito tenga en cuenta que es necesario poner estos bebedores en todas las escuelas de Madison School.
Since we all know how beneficial having, drinking water is for our bodies, it's important for the Madison School District to put these water bottle filling stations in the building.
Gracias por escuchar nuestra voz, y estamos contentos de que nuestras voces sean escuchadas.
Thank you for listening to our voices, and we're very happy that we're given the opportunity to voice our opinions, or hear for you guys to hear our voices.
Gracias, Rosario.
Next is Andrea Miserelli.
All right. Hi. There's so much that has happened in this last week, but the most important thing to speak about are our staff, our ESEAs, our security assistants who are in our buildings, who make our buildings function and work. They are the heart of our building, some of them doing some of the hardest jobs in the district, and that they deserve a $5 raise to make a cost of living, not a $2 raise. It is just so important, these people and how hard they work and the jobs that they do. When I graduated from college and I was subbing in the district, I took on some SEA roles to sub in, and I do not know. These workers are just amazing in what they do and how they come back every day and the tough work that they have to do. We have to start valuing them. School doesn't start until September 1st for students, but staff go back in mid-August. And if you are new to the district, next week already, for different trainings that you guys voted on last week, so that everyone's ready for the start of the school year. The big question building staff are asking, will we have enough staff, especially our special ed assistants, behavioral assistants, and the security personnel? Since the board has waited until the 9th inning to speak about changing these hourly staff wages from starting under $16 an hour. Before the pandemic and the staff shortage, Taco Bell started workers at $17 an hour here in Madison. Other retail entry jobs have since followed suit, paying around $20 an hour. Living in Madison is not cheap. Average one-bedroom apartment is about $1,300. With the inflation and the rising cost of living needs, it is impossible for MMSD hourly workers to make a living wage, and also to make it if you only do the $2 raise that is proposed in tonight's. It's not enough to make a living. These people are valued. They need to see that they are valued, not just by, so that they can, not just by a thank you note in an email, but by actions. These staff that we're looking to give a $5 raise to work with MMSD's most vulnerable students. Our special education assistants work with students with disabilities, behavioral education and security work with our students when they are in their most vulnerable state and are trying to keep our schools and kids safe and learning. On Monday, July 25th at the MMSD school board meeting, the board read a resolution statement around Disability Pride Month. MMSD has sent a message waiting till the 9th inning to discuss giving living wages to our ESEA unit, our staff who work with these students, says that they are not valued. How can we value our students with disabilities but not pay the staff working with those a living wage? How can we value these students if we don't have enough staff to work with them? Budgets show priorities. When we don't have enough SEA workers, MMSD is prioritizing having to spend money on legal fees to implement, because IEPs will not be implemented, overpaying staff on what they deserve to be paid to make a living. It is past time to vote on this, and for the $5, not $2, to pay the staff who work with them a living wage. MMSD can't afford to wait until extra innings or more staff will quit for other jobs that value them by giving them a living wage. It's very important to act fast. In 1 week, new staff is all coming back, and in 2 weeks, everyone else. We need our schools fully staffed to run and function. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Next is Carla Oppenheimer.
Hello, I'm Carla Oppenheimer. I'm a teacher at East High School and a Madison community member. And I was encouraged to see restructuring of the pay schedule for our hourly employees on tonight's agenda. But unfortunately, I have to oppose the measure as proposed because it's only a $2 wage increase for our EA unit. And it really leaves out our security assistants, and it also really needs to be a $5 per hour base wage increase. Dr. Jenkins, among other people, have said that our budgets express our values. And this current budget shows that we just don't value the hourly staff who are working hard every day to make our schools safe, healthy, and inclusive places to work and learn. Most hourly staff that I know work multiple jobs to survive, even when they are exhausted from supporting students all day. And lots of the SSAs and EAs that I know in my workplace are parents themselves, and they're having to choose between quality time with their own children and working second or even third jobs to make ends meet. And I know a number of folks who have quit because they say they can't afford to work in MMSD at these poverty wages. I find it ironic that in this period of record inflation and supposed financial strain, MMSD continues to add administrative and non-union professional positions that do not include student contact, while arguing that the budget simply can't accommodate a living wage for our most diverse group of staff. I know that in the last month, the district has hired an additional associate superintendent of middle schools, among other positions that have no student contact associated. If budgets express values, then it would seem that what we value is in fact top-heavy oversight and not the labor of the staff who work directly with students. For these reasons, I encourage you to vote no on tonight's measure and continue pushing for a $5 per hour base wage increase for our hourly employees, extending that to include security assistants, as well as our educational assistants. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Next is Ben Van Pelt.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Gomez-Schmidt, the other school board members, Dr. Jenkins, and the district staff for the opportunity to speak on water access at tonight's meeting. My name is Ben Van Pelt. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for SSM Health here in Wisconsin, and I am also speaking on behalf of Dean Health Plan tonight. You received comments from our hospital president at St. Mary's Kyle Mondorf and the Dean Health Plan president, Dave Doherty, earlier, and I will try to spare you my meandering, especially since so many folks before me were far more eloquent than I could ever be. I also just want to mention that I'm a member of the DWAC and a Madison resident, and just want to thank and truly appreciate all of the parents and students and community members and coalition partners that we've had in this work around water access. As Sean mentioned before, I also want to specifically thank Ashley Riley, who really coordinated all the wellness policy work. She's a true asset to the district, and I think you should all be very thankful for all of her work and efforts in this area. You folks do not need me to convince you that water is healthy and a vital resource for the kids in the district. I think everyone that spoke before me did a far better job than I could. Sophia talked about how water provides hydration and focus for our students. Claudia spoke to the fact that it really is a helpful resource in terms of mental and emotional health. And Nicole talked about the fact that increased water access and water consumption can cut down on consumption of sugar sweetened beverages and soda and juices, which we all know can have a detrimental impact on health. But what I want to double down on in my comments, and I'll try to be quick because I know tonight's meeting is going to be a long one, is the fact that you folks on the school board have a real opportunity to build on the success that the school district has already had in this area. You have the opportunity to respond to a group of individuals and organizations that have come together to voice support for something that they feel is important to the community and to the kids within this community. And I really hope you take that seriously. Nicole already really kind of walked through the specific policies that we are hoping to see changed within that draft plan, including the allowance of students to carry water bottles. I know Isabel commented on that as well. And then some specifications around placement and requirements for the water bottle filling stations within schools. Really do appreciate the time tonight and everyone's focus and engagement on this issue. And thank you again for listening to all of us.
Thank you, Ben.
Lastly, we have Laura Hauser.
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Laura Hauser. I'm a general pediatrician with UW Health and also an MMSD parent. I have an upcoming 3rd and 6th grader in Heights Elementary School. I wanted to also talk about the importance of including the water access in the policy portion of the guide. I want to specify 2 examples of why I think that it's so important to encourage and allow children to carry their water bottles with them. I think probably the 2 things I most commonly talk about when I see patients and encouraging water are headaches. So children who get headaches from being dehydrated, not drinking during the day, and then constipation, which we see a lot of in my job, and water is a huge part of that. I think that part of this, the importance of having equity in our health policy is that this should be something that all kids can carry water bottles, so we don't need to be writing letters to teachers for particular patients or students who need to be able to carry it, and so that kids can feel comfortable carrying it and not like they're doing it because they have something wrong with them. So I want to thank you again for this opportunity. I am testifying on behalf of myself, but also have the support of the Department of Pediatrics at UW Health, and our department chair has written a letter in support of the policy, but again, asking for it to be put in the policy portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Is that everyone? All right. That concludes our public appearances. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. We will move on to the approval of the minutes from June 13th, 2022. I move to approve the minutes from the Operation Work Group meeting dated June 13th, 2022.
Second.
Discussion. All right. Lavinia, your advisory vote.
Yep.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6-0. All right, next on our agenda, we will be moving into agenda item 4.0, where we are going to be talking about the hourly wage restructuring. And Ross McPherson, our Chief Financial Officer, is going to be joining us for this presentation. I just wanted to throw out a few reminders. The context of this, we approved the 2023 or 2022-23 preliminary budget at the end of June. And this is the budget under which we are now operating that began July 1st. 82% of our budget is invested in staffing, and that includes both wages and benefits. From the state for the past 2 years, as we've said many times, there was a 0 per pupil increase. And that combined with declining enrollment is to some degree offsetting the operational referendum funding that was approved by our voters back in 2020. So that just sets a little context of where we are with our initial budgets. Between April and June, we identified an extra authority for our budget due to a recalculation in aid from the state, which was $4 million, and decided to invest that in staffing. I know there have been some questions about an increase from April to June. From the draft budget in April to June, the base wage for all employees was increased from 2% to 3% for an investment of approximately $2.6 million. And now we find ourselves here in August discussing the 1.4 million and possibly talking to invest that in the salaries of our education assistant unit. And so before we turn it over to Ross, I will ask Dr. Jenkins, do you have any opening comments on this item?
Yes, Chair Gomez-Smith. And first of all, let me just say thank you to our parents coming out and the partners for speaking about our wellness. And we've had conversations about that, need to continue to have conversations. I just want to say thank you for lifting those diverse voices on that. And then getting to the issue at hand, I just want to remind everyone, and Chair Gomez-Smith said it very well in terms of what we are. Our Joint Finance Committee gave us a 0-0 in terms of our additional funding, which I've said it and I said again, put us in a situation of making a choice between doing what's right and what's right, not what's right and what's wrong. I think Carla and Andrew said it best, in terms of value, and we're trying to value what we do and reflect that in our budget. And we don't have enough to go around. So I encourage everybody to continue to be advocates on this particular topic, because schools are placed in a difficult situation. I know in talking to all of our board members, that's your desire and want to be right about our people. And we've been forced to make some tough decisions. We have made some decisions to try to get in a better position with some of our staff, but we know we want to do more for all of our staff. But where we stand fiscally right now and trying to be very responsible as we have the adjustment after this additional recalculation, we were able to come up with right at about $1.4 million. And not saying that it won't get better, but right now this is where we are. And so you're going to hear more from Mr. McPherson, who can definitely articulate our fiscal situation better than I can. But thank you for the opportunity just to speak on it. We want to do our very best to support our employees.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. Okay, I will turn this over to Ross McPherson.
All right, thank you, Chair Gomez. Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. So tonight I do want to highlight just a little bit of the background that we started discussing already. The main topics of discussion for tonight we're in the middle of our July, August, and September timeframe in which we're doing a lot of our recalculations of our budget process, getting ready for everything needed to fall into place before the October vote. And one of the major remaining items that we want to discuss tonight is the hourly wage restructuring that we are already previewing earlier on in this discussion. So for tonight, I do want to talk about that. I also want to reiterate a couple of the points that Dr. Jenkins just mentioned as a review of our state budget outlook and future budget development goals that we're going to need to consider for 23-24. As a reminder to everyone, this is a representation of what has happened to our revenue limit over the last several years in relation to the Consumer Price Index. As you can see by the orange line, this is a percentage change in each year represented here. This is the first time in about 8 years where our revenue limit change has actually been below 1%. That is with the referendum investments granted by the electorate in 2020. In comparison to CPI, which has been on a fairly consistent change over the last couple of years, with the exception, of course, for 22-23. We recognize that inflation is currently hitting a 40-year high and that our ability to adapt that is severely hampered by our lack of state investment. And the true fact of the matter is, one of the points I mentioned in June is that without our existing referendum, this line would be dipping below zero. As a second reminder, as for purchasing this discussion, we did produce a 3% base wage adjustment for all staff, including the preliminary budget vote in June. That does represent a 3% increase despite a 0% increase in the revenue limit per pupil, which is our primary revenue driver in the entire funding formula calculation. The reality of our 2020 referendum authority in the 22-23 budget is that it is sustaining a relatively flat revenue limit. Were it not for the investment that was given to us by the electorate, our revenue limit would be going down approximately $6 million this year. Through additional actions we took as a board and as administration between last fall and the present day, through budget reallocation, existing debt defeasance, and new revenue identification with the state, we were able to secure the 3% base wage increase we voted for in June. This is and does represent the largest investment in our staff in over a decade, and it does represent, as of today, a base wage hourly movement for beginning wage staff of $15.96 to $16.44. Our discussion tonight is that we have an additional budgetary goal to adjust salary schedules using an additional $1.4 million of authority identified during the June budget development. The approach to this restructuring approach tonight is that the hourly schedules for identified staff will move at the rate each schedule by the percentage indicated. And this represents a movement for the entire schedule, not just the starting wage. So instead of simply moving the beginning wage and steps to get to the base wage desired, we move the entire schedule by the percentage indicated. At this point, we are not discussing a structural change to any rate tables or schedules or step increments. We're simply talking about an additional hourly wage movement for staff. So the proposal that we want to bring forward for discussion tonight is that we would move our EA unit staff schedules an additional 12.6%. This includes our EA regular, SEA, SEA floater, BEA, EA medical, and EA nurse assistant. The following bullets indicate where some of the starting wages are today based on the 3% increase we did in June, identifying that not all of these employee types have the same starting wage in the salary schedules that exist today. So for EA, BEA, and SEA staff, the floor would move from $16.44 to $18.5. Nurse assistant would go up to $19.39, and EA floater would go to $19.02. This creates a combined increase, including June investments, of roughly 15.6% increase for the EA unit for 22-23. Chair Gomez-Schmidt, would you like me to pause here? Or do you want me to go through the rest of the slides before we begin discussion?
I think we can go through the rest of the slide deck.
Just making sure.
Yeah, thanks.
So I do want to identify as a review before we start this discussion that what we're doing and discussing tonight does not change our options for 23-24. We're certainly happy to be starting to address some of these options, understanding that we are facing a 40-year high on inflation that everyone is experiencing right now. But we do need to at least remain fiscally responsible for future budget years with what we know today. Our ability to sustain all the investments we're looking at right now will be heavily predicated on what the future state budget shows. We aren't likely to get any new information on the 23-25 state biennial budget until spring of next year. Based on the last couple of state budget cycles, it's also unclear when we might see action on said budget. For the last couple cycles, we've seen action as late as July or August. I'm hopeful that we are able to have some more definitive information that would inform our ability to develop a 23-24 budget with hopefully some reliable revenue indications. Any scenario we discuss right now today that adds to base wage in 22-23 becomes part of a base discussion for 23-24 budget salaries. And that needs to be recognized as we continue to figure out how we're going to sustain some of these investments. Everything we do now changes the calculation on the base when we talk about percentage change year over year. Just as a reminder, we're not discussing any structural change to our salary schedules or hourly rate tables tonight, other than a percentage change. But we do anticipate that the administration will be bringing back a proposal to the board over the next year that will incorporate a more deliberate use of how these salary schedules are implemented to create more predictability and usability by all the staff that are currently in our system. To conclude, at least the background information for this discussion, I do want to identify a different view of how the revenue limit has materialized for MSD. The time frame here is not coincidental. I'm specifically showing here the last 8 years. The last 7 years that show the last operating referendum we passed in 2016 and the operating referendum we passed in 2020. The point here is that the change in revenue limit was continuously on an upward trend based on the additional authority approved. However, because of the impacts we've received due to COVID and declining enrollment that happened in the middle of the current operating referendum, our ability to maintain an upward trajectory is being challenged. And in fact, until the enrollment figures stabilize or start to go up again, our revenue limit is being impacted even with that additional investment from the electorate. The two lines you're showing here are also some of our predictive nature for 23, 24 and beyond. If we were to assume a modest return to a state investment in the revenue limit of approximately $150 per pupil, which is still less than what we've seen in recent years, the trajectory of that orange line shows a relatively flat change in our overall revenue limit for the next 4 years. Conversely, the blue line, which continues to graph what would happen if we received another 0-0 in the state budget, indicates that starting next year, our ability to plan for future budgets is actually going to show a sharp decline, even if our enrollment starts to flatten out or improve. This is indicative of the way the state currently invests money in the K-12 funding formula. And I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of what we're in for over the next couple of years as we start to plan these budgets. And finally, and just to reiterate some points I just made, actually, until we have advanced knowledge of the next state budget, it's unclear what resources we can rely on for future budget cycles. Even if we get back to what we call a normal per pupil adjustment, which used to be $200 per pupil, it still is going to be heavily dependent on enrollment stabilizing until we see a marked sharp increase in our revenue limit. The information on screen in the table here, I've circled 3 numbers at the bottom of this chart. I take one step back there, I'm sorry. If you look at the very bottom line of the table on this slide here, you'll see that our total revenue limit over the last 5 years has shown a steady increase in line, not only with our enrollment changes, but with our investments through the operating referendums. Starting in 22-23, you can see that the revenue limit in total only changed about $3.4 million. Now, this is the number I've been previewing in the board discussions over the last several months, but looking forward to 23-24, I wanted to present these numbers in a more deliberate fashion and not just a graph to show that in the same level of enrollment trajectory and 3-year rolling average changes that we're still absorbing after the first couple of years of COVID, with a $0 per pupil investment and the final year of our operating referendum, our revenue limit could only change $1 million from 1 year to the next. If it were to change by $150 per pupil in 23-24, it would only change about $2 million. $2 million out of a $500 million budget is not a lot to work with. And I want to make sure that as we think forward to future budget planning in this district and for the current year budget challenges, that we stay aware that we really are looking towards our state leadership for the next steps on how we're going to do our planning for next year. And with that, Chair Gomez-Schmidt, I'll push the chair back to you for any future discussion.
Okay, thank you, Ross. I guess there was a lot of information in those slides. So I guess I'll start if anybody has any clarifying questions specifically on the slides or something that Ross presented. And then go around and open it up for more general questions too. Yeah, Board Member Simpkin.
Yes, so I have a clarifying question for the slide on revenue limit authority. The first one, is that assuming an enrollment trajectory similar to the second slide, where enrollment is just dipping down slightly?
Are you referring to the slide at the front or the back of the deck?
In the back.
Okay.
Okay, so this one right here.
Yep.
What's the enrollment expectation for this slide?
The enrollment expectation for the future years is relatively flat. So the impact of a 3-year rolling average does not mean that from one year to the next, you're able to see the immediate impact of what that does. The fact remains that since 2020, we've seen some pretty significant declines in our enrollment, and we're still in 22-23 in the actualization phase of getting those enrollment changes into the 3-year rolling average. So until that declining enrollment trend starts to reverse, our authority is going to continue to be pinched on this line.
The other question is the cost of benefits. So as we're looking at making these increases, can you give us an idea of what the cost of benefits is to the district for each employee on the average?
Are you referring to as an aggregate, or are you talking about employee contributions? Can you clarify your question, please?
I'm talking about not employee contributions. I'm talking about the cost to the district, and not the aggregate, but for an individual employee. So if we're increasing an employee by $2 an hour, what is the cost to the district for benefits approximately for that employee?
I see. So, I mean, on an average basis, we create an average vacancy rate for many of our employee types when we do some of our planning for the future year. And that average amount usually settles somewhere between the single and family rate for health insurance. But we certainly have a family plan that can be as high as $25,000 per, depending on which plan is used. That being said, more specifically, when we talk about the $2 an hour change or any specific percentage change to salaries, we also need to add a standard roughly 15% for WRS and FICA costs for every dollar we spend on salary.
Okay, and so if we're looking at an employee that is making $18.44 an hour, what is it that you budget, or let's say the $16.44, so the current SEA rate? What is it that you would budget for MMSD to be paying for their salary or their benefits? So for healthcare and the MMSD portion of it.
Sure, give me 1 second.
So Board Member Simpkin, can I just ask like how this is fitting into the discussion of like where we're leading to here?
Right.
And just not having that in advance, I think makes it a little difficult to calculate on the fly possibly.
Yeah, I don't know, Ross, is that information that you have?
I can get to it. It's just, I need to pull up some different documents, but if you're asking about what on average, the benefit cost is for an EA staff member on a vacancy basis, outside of salary and payroll benefits, we're talking roughly $18,700.
Okay, and the reason why I was asking that is because if we're going to be having any discussion about trying to move that number, I think it helps to know the other implications.
Sure, if it helps the discussion, I know that for this year and next year, we have guaranteed rates with our healthcare providers based on the contract negotiations. This year, we had a 3% premium increase negotiated, and for the 23-24 school year, we have a cap of 3.5%. It should be noted that those percentages are extremely low based on market. And when we think about years beyond that, many other districts are already battling down double-digit increase to their health plans and their negotiations with carriers.
Thank you.
All right, was that all of your questions? Yes. Okay. Any other questions? Hey, Nancy, I see your hand.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to jump in and share that in terms of average salary and compensation packages for the coming school year, we budgeted $54,000 per SEA. So that gives you a sense of, with salary and benefits, what that comes to. So I just wanted to share that because I just happened to have that number at the top of my head.
Thank you, Nancy. All right.
I don't have clarifying questions.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to go in, if everybody has clarity on the presentation, we can move forward, but yeah.
Yeah, so I think specific to the slides, I feel like what Nancy is saying is hard for me to reconcile the slides that we just looked at. And so I guess I want to ask Ross, you know, how does a competitive wage or living wage factor into what we can afford in terms of folks we're talking about this evening?
I'm sorry, part of your question cut off. Could you restate that, please?
So I was asking, one, can you reconcile what Nancy just said with the slides you just showed us? So the idea that we're budgeting about 54,000 with benefits for SEAs, does that basically mean the vast majority of our SEAs are part-time people who are receiving benefits? How exactly does that?
I see.
How does that make sense? And then the other question is, how are we prioritizing a competitive wage and a living wage for our SEAs beyond what we can afford?
So first of all, the rate that Nancy quoted is in line with what we have as a full average salary, or I'm sorry, average rate for an SEA, all inclusive of salary and benefits. As far as prioritizing what we can do as a living wage, we're certainly trying to identify all avenues possible, given the revenue authority we have. I know this is probably not what people want to hear, but unfortunately we are trying to maintain a system that has told us we don't get anything for the efforts we've been doing. And one of the opening comments that Chair Gomez-Schmidt made at the beginning is that we essentially took 2 years of a state budget at 0.0 and turned it into a 3% based on significant action and the need of our administration and our board to value and prioritize our staff. A lot of what we've been doing over the last several years is trying to have significant investment in our staff and our community to make sure that we're able to put most of our resources into what matters most for our kids, and that's people. We certainly are not getting everything we need to do in recurring resources to do everything we want. But at this point, what we're putting forward tonight represents the best of what we have to date on new information, challenging state calculations on aid, which is one of the primary reasons we're having this discussion at all tonight. And that's why we want to make sure that we put the money where it matters most.
Thank you so much for speaking to that. And I'll say I've been a real advocate for us getting to the greatest possible increase, because I think the folks who are most devastated by inflation are the folks who are making the least. And so whether or not somebody can do something as simple as put gas in their car is really a conversation that we have to have. And this isn't just about, you know, making sure that our hourly staff are supported, but this is also about making sure that we can staff the district and that we are attracting people to the district because we're offering a fair wage, a competitive wage, and a living wage. I do know, Ross, that we're talking about investing an additional $1.4 million tonight on top of the 3%. And so thinking about how we combine that 3% with that 1.4 million, what does that get us to on average in terms of the increase?
Oh, so going back to the slide from before,
Thank you.
Back on screen. So what I'm showing on this slide here specifically is if we look at our EA rate tables today for the EA, BEA, SEA, nurse assistant, EA floaters, the current rates after the 3% are the numbers to the left. So 1644, 1727, and 1694. With the investment of the full $1.4 million on those tables and using essentially a spread out method across all those schedules, the beginning rate for EA, SEA, and BEA would be 1845. Nurse assistant would go up a little well, again, close to $2 to $19.39, and EA floaters are going to $19.02. Again, it bears repeating that the increase overall, even with the 3%, it means that this group would be going up an average of 15.6%.
So that breakdown includes both the $1.4 million investment and the 3% investment that we approved last month.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks so much. That's it for my questions for right now. Board Member Goma-Schmidt.
All right. Thank you, Board President Muldrow. Board Member Nichols.
All right, thank you. Ross, before I get to my question, I'm just gonna make a couple of comments. First, I wanna thank you for all of the work on the projections to take the $1.4 million and to show us what that would look like for our EA, SEA, nurse and nurse assistant positions. I'm also really grateful to my colleagues on this board for wanting to intentionally earmark money that we could invest back into our hourly employees. So we know that the 3% increase that we just approved ends up being experienced as cents on the dollar for the very employees that we're talking about. And so for example, an EA or SEA who was just making $15.96 in June, they're going to see a 48-cent increase on a very near future paycheck after July 1. Now, we know that that 3% increase is not huge, but it's a step in the right direction. Tonight's projections, though, do bring real dollars as a kind of a felt and real experience on paychecks that I do want to acknowledge. So the new base rate that we're seeing tonight from Ross really does move folks from up, $2.49, $2.12, $2.08, which could be a very meaningful and significant increase for folks who are working in an hourly and or part-time role. So I just want to acknowledge that. I also want to add into context, though, that back in April, as we were working on the budget, I did go to some of our neighboring districts and I looked at their job postings for the very same roles. And the starting wage for an SEA in Sun Prairie, I saw it even posted today, $18.95. Starting wage in Verona for an SEA was $18.06 with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. And Middleton Cross Plains was a little bit lower at $16.70. So based on the projections that we're seeing tonight, I do believe that these new hourly rates would put us in a more competitive position with our neighboring districts. It does provide growth across the entire salary schedule instead of just targeting starting wage, which is positive. And it moves us into, as I said, real dollars for real people and paychecks. However, I'm also thinking about our hourly wage as a retention. It's a retention strategy as well. Like when I look at some of the turnover that we've had in the EA SEA unit, I think it's critical that we're also thinking about ways to keep people. So that was my context. Here comes my question, Ross. The question is, we have a fund balance policy that states that our policy should have a 10% minimum balance and a maximum 15%. Maximum 15%. And if we are over the maximum, the board shall develop a plan and timelines to budget increased expenditures to properly restore the fund balance to the maximum. Now, as I've gone back through the June budget book, page 42, Ross, in our budget shows that our proposed 22-23 fund balance will begin at 80.9 million and end at 79.2 million. I'm not sure that I know how to do the calculations, But when I tried to do the calculations, it looked like our fund balance might be at 17%, although I will declare I may not be doing the math right. However, on page 40 of our June budget book, it looks like the general fund balance that you're projecting by June 30th of 2023 will be 71.7 million or 14.19%. I say all that to say, can you please explain how the current fund balance percentage is calculated? And if we are over the 15% maximum per our policy, what would the impact be of taking 1 to 2% from fund balance to apply towards hourly increases? I don't know what that would be in dollar amounts and what the long-term effect would be on our budget. But those are the questions I have about potentially looking for ways to build on the 1.4 million. And if you don't have that at your disposal tonight, I completely understand, but that's kind of where my head is tonight, Ross.
So I can speak philosophically on most of that. But first of all, let me say that as we're talking about fund balance, we need to make sure we're drawing the distinction between operating resources and one-time resources. So many of the discussions we've had over this past spring focus around the myriad of one-time resources that's currently being included, not only in the 22-23 budget, but just in general. The state budget, this is tied up with the whole discussions around 0-0 because they took one look at the ESSER awards being given by the federal government and said, we don't need to do anything. The federal government just gave them all this money. So the same is true of fund balance. You are referencing two specific areas of the budget book, and we are still doing the final year-end audit. Actually, that audit started this week on where our fund balance is going to be as of year-end 6/30/2022. It is certainly possible that our fund balance is going to be above 15% when all is said and done. But the distinction that we need to make when we're calculating that fund balance is that fund balance is really only based on the unassigned portion of our fund balance at the point at which it's calculated. By that, I mean, if we have any specific items at year end that are assigned in our fund balance procedures for either building carryover, for open orders that weren't able to be completed in time. You may recall us discussing several times this past spring of supply chain shortages that caused many things that we ordered back in November. They're still not here. And those were used during 21-22 resources. So some of those assigned resources we know have to be spent are now going to be part of that assigned fund balance, which will be on full display in the fall budget book as well. All this to say, when we're talking about using any portion of fund balance above 15%, I do understand the current wording of our board policy indicates the board shall produce a plan to identify how anything above 15% shall be used. But I would urge extreme caution. Any plan that you put together should not incorporate operational resources on an ongoing basis. Anything we build into something such as a salary schedule using one-time money, the following year will require twice as much to sustain. And until we have operating resources to replace those kinds of investments, use of one-time money will create a cliff sooner than we've already been talking about. So let me know if I missed anything in that line of questioning.
No, but can I just repeat back what I think I heard you saying?
Please.
The fund balance is still for actual fiscal year 22 that just ended is still in determination as you all are going through an audit.
Correct.
The other thing I think I heard you say is that whatever comes to us in October as a updated fund balance will include designated dollars that are carrying forward from monies that weren't spent yet in fiscal year 22, but will need to be spent in fiscal year 23 so that the balance amount isn't all just free and clear. There will be some dollars that are designated and have to be spent in a particular way.
Correct.
And although we may be over our 15%, you're saying that taking 1 to 2% out of fund balance and putting it into salary, because salary then becomes a reoccurring expense budget year to budget year, the fund balance dollars that we use for a one-time increase would be hard to sustain later without either additional revenue or cuts elsewhere. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
Thank you.
That answer your questions?
For right now, let me see if I come up with more. Thank you.
Let me know if you do. Board Member Simpkin.
First, I would like to thank Member Nichols for asking the same questions I had. And I just have a total shot in the dark question for you, Ross. So we have this almost $80 million sitting in an investment account somewhere, I assume. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Can you explain, because what I was wondering is if it's an interest-bearing account. So can you explain where it actually is?
It's actually sitting with the city as our main depository. As an investment policy, we do not have anything other than local government property. I'm sorry. And we invest our money with the city at the municipal rate. In other words, we don't have high interest markets that we do sit our cash on. But this is probably a better time than any to discuss what fund balance actually is. As a reminder to everyone here, a fund balance does not represent money sitting in an account somewhere. Our regular cash flow from month to month changes wildly, such that the only reason we report fund balance at all is because we're required to at our fiscal year end. All that represents is a point in time at which we are reconciling all of our assets and liabilities and to a point where we can say, as of this date, this is the fund balance in an accounting basis, what we have on the books for June 30th of a given fiscal year. That does not mean that we have $80 million sitting at one point to be used any point during the year. We can plan for use of fund balance over time, but our cash flow is such that we're going to be coming back to the board next month to authorize borrowing of $50 million to sustain operational cash flow between now and January. For reference, we talk about setting the tax levy in October. That's because the first major source of revenue we get as a school district is after first tax bills are paid back by homeowners at the end of January. That means that between July and January, most of our cash is depleted in 2 months. So the reason we have to go back to short-term borrow in September is because we are cash poor at that point in the year, and we need the 12-month period between September to September to make up the difference. We take then the tax proceeds we get in January and throughout the rest of the school year to pay back that short-term issue, and we do it all over again on July 1st, and we get ready in September for another short-term borrowing issue.
That was extraordinarily helpful. Thank you.
You bet.
Board Member Nichols.
Okay. Thank you for that further explanation, Ross, of fund balance and how it works, and not to use it or see it as a potential, I don't know, flexible fund per se. So I guess my second question is, and again, I want to just thank you again for taking the 1.4 and being able to show us what impact that will have. And as you can see, I kind of have a theme here where I'm looking to see if there are ways to potentially get more added to the 1.4 for a slightly greater impact if possible. So this is just a follow-up question, which is, this last school year, as we faced many unfilled roles, we were able to take the savings, so to speak, from those unfilled roles or vacancies, and we ended up making a different choice, which was we approved bonuses. Now, I know it's the beginning of the school year, and we're going to have an HR update shortly, and by no means am I saying we should stop trying to fill every vacancy that we have. However, I am curious if we projected or thought that we might not fill every vacancy, particularly ones maybe listed in the Doyle administration, not classroom teachers, school-based roles. If we thought that those might not get filled, could we take a similar approach to saying, we have these vacancies. Those vacancies are translate mathematically to a certain dollar amount, and that certain dollar amount could be applied back towards this hourly increase initiative. I don't know if the timing is quite right because it's beginning of August and we're trying to get ready to open schools in the next 30 days. But yeah, I just wonder if you had any reaction to that.
So sure. I mean, the one thing to understand is we're still talking about, depending on how far you go with that scenario, we're still talking about one-time money unless we pair that that decision-making with elimination of positions at the same time. So the reason the bonus structure came to fruition last year is because we identified that many positions that we were still striving to fill went unfilled, such that we did have a identifiable savings to apply towards a bonus structure. At this point, we're not recommending elimination of further positions for the 22-23 cycle, such that we could do what you're proposing. But it is certainly something we're going to need to have more deliberate discussions internally and with the board on how we do some 23-24 planning, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Board Member Castro.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Board Member Nichols. That comment got me to just a future some scenario planning that we're going to have to navigate is that, with our budget situation, we're coming up on the bone or the nerve. And, it might be worthwhile for us to collaborate with administration and the union to think of different instructional staffing models, given the money that we have and amount we want to pay people. Like, we're getting to the point where if we want to pay people more, we might have to permanently eliminate positions. And that might be a conversation worth having in terms of different instructional and staffing models.
Board Member President Muldrow.
I greatly appreciate Board Member Nichols' comments and Board Member Castro's comments. And I just want to say, I think I'd like to see us move away from a bonuses approach. Because I think it is reactive and it creates a pressure cooker that is unsustainable. And so I think both the need to address staffing shortages and make sure that our kids have teachers in front of them, that our schools are well staffed and supported, while prioritizing compensation is really a necessary balance in order to provide quality education to young people. And so I think kind of getting to this place where we have folks work, short staff for extended periods of time, and then after the fact say, hey, we want to thank and recognize folks for that with bonuses, is something that I don't think can be a long-term sustainable strategy. And so I really am hoping that we're making the investment in educators and in hourly folks up front. And Ross, I greatly appreciate this conversation for positioning us to be able to do some of that work right now.
Thank you, Board President Muldrow. And I guess the way I've been thinking about the bonuses that we've been giving, it's because of the vacancies that we've had and those salary savings based on not being fully staffed that have then gone back and been invested in the staff who are working for us. So I know it looks like it's a back end thing, but it's because we have the savings based on the vacancies that we've had and giving that back to the people who have been working in our schools and doing all the hard work. And so that's sort of it feels hard to do it that way, but it's also a way to give that money and have it be a one-time thing and not be something that requires more operating costs down the road because you're adding to something that's recurring instead of one time.
Can I ask, are you advocating for that as an approach we may want to continue or consider moving forward into this year?
Well, I'm just saying that if we move into a year that we are going to have these extra savings from staff positions that aren't filled, we are going to have to figure out a strategy going forward. And I think that's a good discussion for the board to have about what that will look like. I think also, I know we keep talking about these vacant positions and what we can do to to either use those funds or eliminate some of those positions. But I think we need to have a very careful analysis of what those positions are, because there are a lot of people, both central office and in our schools, who are basically doing double duty. I mean, they're sort of filling in for positions that haven't been filled. And I'll just say that includes our own, CFO doing double duty on the budget stuff, and, some of the people in our budget office, in the HR office. So I think we really do need to have an analysis of what we need for a district this size. And that, I think, can be a conversation going forward too. Board Member Nichols.
I'll let Board Member Pearson go next.
No, I was just gonna comment just about what Sabian said, and also what you kind of mentioned. I think part of it is that, and what we also mentioned about how we are now starting to structure this conversation, because I do think it is important that we start looking at what positions are essential, but also realizing that schools are changing. And so what may have been essential maybe 5-10 years ago may not be essential today. And so trying to figure out what is those essential positions, eliminate positions, but also what positions can we streamline to be more effective and more efficient. And that's just not just in central office, that's just across all the schools and just all staff. And I think that if we are able to have that analysis, as you mentioned, but also make a plan for it, I do think that we can find some way to then do the things that we are looking to do and invest in ways that we haven't been able to in the past or even at. So I'm basically saying I'm in agreement with other board members here. And I think having a plan for it is going to be super duper important, especially if we are, based off of the projections that Ross has mentioned, if we do actually get to those points and we're not having increased funding, we're definitely going to have to make some difficult decisions. And I think it's super important that we have those conversations now, then wait till, we're bleeding out to actually try to cover up those wounds. So.
Great. Well, I just want to comment really quick. I'm going to bring us back to the EA wage increase discussion that we're having too. Is it okay if I'm just going to make a quick comment? Okay. I just keep thinking that part of my frustration is that we're given this budget amount that we're working under, right? And we really have done a lot of work since January to craft a budget that does investments in our staff, that makes investments in new projects that we want to see happen that we think are important for our schools. And the frustration is that in a time like this, we don't control inflation, we don't control the cost of living in Madison, and we don't control what the state has given us for funding. And so I think it's really hard. I want people to know that we do value our staff. There are so many people who have so many different important roles in our schools, and we need everyone to make our schools function. And I do really think this is still a great place to work. We are still looking for staff, and I appreciate the conversations that we're having and the investments that we're making, and the discussion we're talking tonight about making a substantial investment in our education assistants here going forward. Go ahead, Board Member Nichols.
Yes, thank you. Okay, also coming back to the EA, SEA, nurse assistant hourly wage conversation a bit here. So Rossi, as you know, we've had public comment and emails really encouraging us to give $5 an hour increase. And I'm wondering if, can you speak to what it would cost us? Because right now we're working with 1.4 million. What would it cost to increase the hourly rate by $5 an hour for the same employee groups that we're discussing tonight?
If you give me a minute, I can work on that.
Okay. And well, okay, I'll let you, I don't know if you wanna. The other thing, Ross, that might be easier to speak to is, can we talk at all about why security assistants weren't included for this increase now? Is it because they were a group that did receive an hourly increase just a couple of years ago, and I think I understand some of the bigger picture is that we're trying to also balance which groups are getting increases, and so not wanting one group to kind of get more than other groups are perhaps left, kind of left out or are further behind. And so if you could just speak to that a little bit.
Sure. So it's not that they were excluded from this discussion, not at all, but you are correct. That
Thank you for that.
A couple of years ago, we did do a significant increase to our security assistant staff, including establishing lead roles for our security assistants. It's not on the slides we talked about tonight, but I can tell you that the security assistant starting rate, again, starting rate, not average rate, is $19.17 as of today. So the discussion we're having right now regarding EA staff would bring the EA group to 1845. Sorry, I'm having too many numbers in my head right now, which would put them on par with increases we've done to similar units in the past. You also may recall, Board Member Nichols, that in 2017, we took all of our hourly rate staff from where they were currently in their existing schedules to a minimum of $15 an hour. So one of the focuses I wanted to bring to the board, I believe this was shared in the weekly update on last week, is that the changes over the time for the hourly staff have been considerable and do reflect kind of our investment in staff over the last decade. But to answer your original question, though, as I was trying to calculate here, to do a $5 an hour increase for just the same groups we're talking about in the EA group tonight would be right around $3.5 million.
Can you repeat it again?
$3.5 million.
Okay, so like we have 1.4 tonight, which got us slightly over $2 an increase. So it's kind of like doubling a little bit to get to 5. Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, Ross, just really.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I do want to indicate that were that to be what we were able to do, that would represent almost a 35% increase in that group on a salary basis in 1 year.
And Ross, I'm wondering if you can pull up that final slide that you had for us that had those 3 numbers circled at the bottom for Revenue Authority going forward. Because I think if we're going to talk about that, I think looking at, because that adds going forward indefinitely, right? And it adds to the base wage. So if we only we get a zero per pupil increase for next year, and you add $3.5 million on there, then we're starting at a minus $2 million compared to this year. This is just my rough.
Yeah, so to clarify, the 1.4 is in our existing authority right now. So going to the 5 would add a variance of roughly 2.1. I did that right? $2.1 million. So yes, you're correct. We would be already $2 million beyond the potential point next year. We would begin our budget development. And that's before we do anything regarding steps or CPI increases for future years. Also does not include any other aspect of non-staffing personnel and inflation in those areas. So when I'm talking about a total movement of $1 million in that middle number circled there, that means that we start at 375 and we may go up to 376. And if we overcommit based on the authority we have today, that would mean we would have already exceeded our theoretical change for 23-24.
So to me, that's just, unfortunately, it's creating an immediate cliff that is higher than.
Correct. And one thing, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I said one thing I'm trying to mitigate too is what I've been discussing all year, this concept of hold harmless exemptions and declining enrollment. Once we utilize or operationalize those exemptions and they fall off the subsequent year, the erosion of that revenue limit will just continue to stagnate with no investment from the state.
Okay, thank you for showing that. Dr. Jenkins, you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Gomez-Smith, and pretty much a lot of what I wanted to say. I'm so glad to hear our board members saying that we're having this discussion. One of the pieces, I'm just going to be very frank, I'm so frustrated with the fact our Joint Finance Committee gave us 0-0. This is what I mean when I say we're making a decision. You are forced right now to make a decision between what's right and what's right. All of our people need to be paid. They need to be paid. Our state, they give us no resources to support us. It puts a burden on our local taxpayers. And we had a historic referendum. It's expensive to live, not just in Madison, it's expensive to live. And when you do something like this, it forces our children to miss out on the most valuable assets, our staff, our EAs, our security people. They're all important. And even at $19, that's not enough. But if we had support from the state, we could do better. And the referendum had a bigger impact. So I'm just saying we have to have this conversation and we have to continue to advocate to invest in public education. That's what I'll say right here, right now. This is frustrating. I want you to know, the superintendent sit here knowing we have people working hard. And coming out of this pandemic like we have, this should have been the time that we invest across the nation in education to show our support for our staff. Thank you for hearing me out. But yeah, I'm just a little frustrated.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. Board President Muldrow.
Ross, I want to thank you for bringing up, kind of the history of how we got to where we are right now, including the unilateral decision made by the board in 2017 to get us up to $15 an hour. I do want to acknowledge, though, that the fight for 15 came out of a movement that was really talking about an increase in the minimum wage, right? And so the real advocacy for $15 was about, minimum wage fast food workers across the country. And I say that because I think, we're talking about our SEAs and our educators, and I think that's really different than talking about like minimum wage, folks who are working in fast food. And at the same time, the starting wage at Ian's Pizza is $20 an hour to deliver pizza. You really have to get into the nuts and bolts of our benefits package to talk about what makes us a competitive employer. And so I think, really having a conversation about how we got to this moment. And also, I so appreciate Dr. Jenkins saying like an investment to get us up to $19 an hour. And I was definitely part of the conversation advocating for raising the wage for our security assistants. I've done that job before. It's a really challenging job. I think are really important conversations, and simultaneously, I think whatever we can do to invest right now upfront in folks and to, make sure we're attracting people to the district so that we're going into this year as fully staffed as possible has to be kind of urgently addressed. And so I think I very much appreciate you kind of talking to how we got to this moment and talking to what the decisions we make tonight will mean for next year. And at the same time, I think when we're advocating to our community effectively, I think it's really important to realistically gauge what these investments mean for people's lives, and how folks are able to navigate their housing and their transportation and the reality of what it means to make, $19 an hour.
Member Castro.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to acknowledge that for this meeting and meetings past, we have spent a lot of time exhausting almost every option, exhausting every corner and nickel in the district to try and raise our pay. And we've reached this conclusion, and it's clear that we're all not satisfied. And I think some of the big solutions in the room that are a little awkward to talk about are, again, reconsidering staffing models of the district, or being upfront with our community that we may need to invest more in public education in Madison, Wisconsin. And we have to be upfront about, in order to fully staff and pay our teachers, we face this huge financial risk that Ross just laid out. We have to be upfront about that risk, and to negate that risk, we have to be upfront that we might have to ask for more money from our community. And that's going to require a lot of us doing work outside this boardroom to organize our community behind that effort, but we have to be upfront about the risk and what it's going to take. So, thank you.
Board Member Castro, Board Member Simkin.
So I think all of us have been thinking about this pretty much nonstop for months now. And in some ways, Ross, I'm feeling glad that as we're throwing out sort of last ditch ideas at you, that they've already been thought of. So it's not that tremendous thought hasn't gone into getting to where we are today. I don't want to be in this place a year from now. I think it's really critical that we look at making a plan right away to talk about what other folks have been alluding to around what I would consider right staffing our district for the financial realities that we have. Because moving forward, we are going to have to pay our lowest wage earners much more than we are now in order to retain them and have them want to be employees of MMSD. And so I think looking at moving forward with a plan that looks at where can we do an audit, or can we do an audit around staffing and move quickly on that so that we can see where we have these positions that need to be adjusted, or departments that can be adjusted, so that we can next year be looking at, well, how, when we look at these lowest wage earners, how can we help by continually bumping them up so that we're not in this situation. And the other piece that the early childhood teacher in me got really nervous about is when we're talking about the right staffing the district, I sure don't want to talk about higher class sizes. I would much rather be talking about moving towards lower class sizes. And so I just need to put that out there, that that's something that we have to be really careful about, is that any sort of messaging around this, I would be really strongly advocating for only moving in the direction of lowering class sizes and moving our financial resources in that direction.
Thank you, Board Member Simkin. And I'm trying to remember going forward for later tonight if we have class size on the topic issue, but we can definitely keep thinking about these things when we go into our workshop discussion of topics on the agenda for later this year. One thing I just want to go back to, Ross, with the presentation. This is all about the budget, but there was one thing on there at the end about the salary schedules, and coming back to that with the proposal, because I know those salary schedules are very complex. I am wondering, is that part of the handbook process? Because I see that as a really important collaborative discussion with our staff going forward. And so I'm curious if that's part of the handbook discussion that's coming up, or how that will look coming back to the board process-wise.
So this is not a topic, or not a question I can answer unilaterally on my own, only that in my time with the district, we've had identification of what you just said, that our salary schedules are very complex and needlessly so. The reason I brought that topic up as a future discussion point is not to alarm anybody or make it look like we're trying to change the indexing structure for steps to be such that you get no increase each year. No. It is that we recognize and acknowledge that our existing schedules are unmanageable, both logistically and for staff, and that we want to find a better way to provide a more descriptive view of how we want our staff to be paid and what they can expect when they work for us. It's purely based on a desire to be more transparent, because I've worked in a handful of school districts in my career, and I've never seen a schedule that has so many different levels where you have pause points, merit levels, and performance levels, indexes across lanes that don't make a lot of sense. So I hope that didn't alarm anybody, but I do want to preview it as a discussion we need to have both internally and collaboratively with our groups so that people know exactly what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I think it is really important to talk about collaborative problem solving and how we will move forward on that. So I'll look forward to hearing more about that in the future. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to move on to the next topic. All right, so the next topic that we have on our agenda is a status update on from Human Resources on vacancies and hiring. And Tracy Carradine is going to be joining us for this. This is important, an immediate topic for the board as the district continues to work on hiring for vacant positions as our start of the school year approaches. So Ms. Carradine, thank you for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Maybe just a little bit louder.
Okay. All right. Good evening. Can you hear me now? I'm in a conference
Just a
room,
little
so I
better.
apologize. All right. So let me get started. First of all, I want to say good evening and thank you for giving us an opportunity to do an update for you as part of our HR plan. Before I get started, I want to introduce some of my staff. As you, board member Gomez-Schmidt said earlier, we've all been kind of rolling up our sleeves and doing as much as we can, sometimes doing 2 and 3 jobs. We have new members that have joined the HR team. And as I say your name, kind of put your camera on, okay? So we have a new director of benefits, that's Bradley Whedon. And he comes to us from American Family. The Director of Human Resources Operations is Kurt Rose, and he will be helping me present today as well. And he comes from UW-Madison. Laura Lee, and I know I'm gonna mess her name up, Laura Lee Jezelewski. She is our new benefits help desk person. She's not here tonight. And then our HRIS system supervisor, Eric George, he's not here tonight too, but those are our newest members that have joined the HR team. And I also have some more team members here with me. I have Elaine Wabinski is here, Jennifer Trindle, and Sarita Foster are here as well. Say hello to everybody. All right, thank you. All right, I will get into it. So let's get started with kind of the district framework. Number 2 is we will invest in people. So let me say thank you, because this has been a team effort. We have been doing all that we can to get people in front of our scholars. I want to thank finance. I want to thank the associate suits. I want to thank the building principals, forever thanking our HR staff. I want to thank payroll as well and health services, because as we do hiring, it is a team effort. From the moment that we get an application all the way until we get them in the door with onboarding as well and get them to the principals or in front of our scholars.
Ms. Carradine, I'm wondering if you want your PowerPoint presentation pulled up.
Oh, yes, I don't have it. I'm sorry, can you pull it up for me?
Okay, thank you.
I apologize for that. So I'm on page 3. Yep, thank you for that. Sorry about that. So I wanted to say thank you to everyone. So I'll get into it. So in 2017, there was a Baker Tilly audit done of HR. And a lot of us weren't here for that, but a lot of work had been done or was being done. And so I'll just do a quick update on that. So in recruitment, currently we've increased our job fairs. So historically Black colleges, and we've also added Hispanic serving institutions to that list, meaning that we are now going to visit and we make contact with colleges that have a bilingual teacher licensure track. And so we are doing quite a bit of recruiting there. And we will actually be visiting some of the campuses in September. We've increased our social media advertisements. We're expanding to radio. We will be doing some interviews. We're getting in contact with La Movida and La Comunidad to do advertisements there. Our hiring and staffing, we've done a lot of streamlining. We've listened and We know that our process was a bit cumbersome, so we've automated our onboarding system. We've also automated our applicant tracking system when we moved over to Cornerstone. So what we did was we shortened our application process for our substitutes and also for our retired teachers who want to come back. We've shortened that process as well because it's a lot of work. We asked for a lot. And so we've shortened that a bit. And then with retention, we've automated quite a bit. We're looking to automate our employee evaluation system and our absence management system for employees. And then also too, we're looking into streamlining our medical leaves, accommodations, and our employee relation processes. Because what happens is that's all part of retention, is ease of use, being able to contact people when needed and necessary. We've also had more stabilized office hours as well with HR. So we have a front desk clerk who is there. And if anybody knows door 8, we have a buzzer, so we buzz them in. So it's either door 8 or door 3. And so we're also working with health services regarding the TB testing for our onboarding. And we're also using field print to do our background checks and fingerprinting. So we're making sure that it runs smoothly. Now, there are some still kinks, but we're working them out. Next slide, please. All right. We'll get into recruitment, staffing, and retention. These are the areas of focus for this update. Next slide. Next. All right. So as I said before, we did an implementation of our district recruitment plan, which I won't go into too much, but in there, we're partnering with historically Black colleges, and our superintendent has already made contact with a couple of them. We did job fairs at Central State and Wilberforce. This past year, we were doing more this upcoming year. And as I said before, we are working with colleges that have a bilingual teacher track, or as I said before, Hispanic serving institutions. We are building a pipeline to retain our retirees as they retire. And then when they come back, either as a substitute, volunteer, and or mentors, or all of the above, as needed and necessary. And we made that application process very short and sweet and to the point. We've increased our advertising sources, as I said before. I think it's up to 474%. We've increased it by just that much, in that we're advertising everywhere, short of putting it on the side of a bus, which is not a bad idea. We are thinking about doing that eventually. We also are looking at an implementation of paying for DPI licensure fees for substitute hard to fill positions, and also our 1 year with stipulations licenses that we have to do as we hire people. So that's another initiative that we are looking at and we are working to do. I will say that too, as I look at data, and anyone who works with me in HR knows that I love data. I love looking at creating databases and trying to make sure that we can explain our movement and see if it's working and if it's not working. But we had 1,462 applications that came in. And of that, 49% were applicants of color. So we're making strides. We're getting there. We're not quite where we want to be. We're close. Next slide, please. I just wanted to, I thought this quote was quite powerful. It was sent to me. And as we move into looking at diversifying our workforce, staff, and looking like the environment that we serve, the community that we serve, we are looking to hire our BIPOC staff and to help our students of color. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I won't go into it, but I think it speaks volumes. Next slide, please. With that in mind, I won't belabor this point, but I think I talked about it already. So we moved to our applicant tracking system, which is Cornerstone. And with that in mind, Cornerstone links to Indeed and LinkedIn. And so every time that we advertise on LinkedIn or Indeed, it will give them a link. So LinkedIn will give them a link and it will take them automatically to Cornerstone, to our applicant tracking system. Indeed, it has a message that says, hey, you should go out to Cornerstone, and then it'll give them a link and then they can go to the website and find our position out there. As I said before, and I'm sorry, 274% increase on advertising. We've increased our community outreach. We're actually looking at doing, we have a job fair coming up, a virtual job fair on August 22nd. So be on the lookout for advertising for that. We will be also attending a couple of virtual job fairs coming up in September as well. And then we'll also be doing a job fair in November. We're going to one that's out of state. And then also we do one in December for our student teachers who are graduating in December. And then we'll also be bringing back the signing day in February to capture our student teachers who will be graduating in May and August. As I said before, we are looking to contact individuals regarding our positions, but also too, I want to say that word of mouth is huge for our community, for MMSD. The superintendent did 2 interviews not too long ago, and we've gotten actually 5 people have inquired. 2 are couples, so one from a couple from Wyoming, a couple from New York, and then we had someone from Michigan who just made contact. So it is awesome and amazing that word of mouth too has been very helpful in advertising. Next slide. All right, coming up next will be Kurt Rosen. He will talk on staffing and hiring.
All right, good evening, everyone. As Tracy mentioned, my name is Kurt Rose, and I serve as the Director of HR Operations. I've been on the team for just over a month. So this is my first meeting like this. So, thank you for welcoming me in the space. Next slide, please. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about our staffing enhancements that have been put into place. We have enhanced our applicant tracking system in Cornerstone, as Tracy has indicated. Enhanced our surplus workbook process. Implemented hiring guidelines and instructional materials for our hiring managers, and implemented enhancements for improved HR response time and accessibility. Next slide, please. So just an update of where we are with staffing right now. I'm going to start at the top with our current hiring that have to do with substitute staff. Now, these numbers we put together last week. They have changed since then. So the numbers that I say will not match this slide, but they have changed since then. So we currently have 631 substitute staff. And we currently have the certified substitute teachers, we have 275. In addition to that, our permanent substitute teachers, we have approximately 135 substitute SEA and substitute secretaries together. I don't have those numbers separately, but together it is 135. And then I kind of want to do a recap. Well, I will do a recap of our hiring of this season. So we originally sent out 2,333 contracts. Of those, 2,316 contracts were returned. After those were returned, 554 people resigned or they decided not to continue, which led to us having 571 vacancies to be hired at the beginning of the season. We have hired and onboarded 351 individuals. We also have 79 offers accepted, and they're going through the onboarding process. So that brings our total to 430 people hired. We are diligently working to fill the remaining 141 vacancies. That's where we are as of today. And so that breakdown there is just a little bit of that, but just kind of giving you that piece. So if you wanted to go to the next slide, I'm going to pass it over to Lisa so she can talk a little bit about our trends.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Kurt. That's really exciting information that you presented regarding the hiring data. I'll speak on the trends that we're moving forward with the teachers hired by month. And in 2022, as you can see by this graph, we have 275. Next slide, please. The results the trend results by year regarding separations, teacher separations by year 2022. This is 269. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. She did. Oh, she did. Okay. Okay.
Do you need another one or is this the next one?
Sorry about that. I'm having some issues with my computer here. All right, trend results by hire types. Again, for 22-23, we have 275. Next slide, please. And this, we just wanted to show you some historical data with our extended long-term subs. We are currently working on updated data collection at this time. Next slide, please. Retention, we do not have a lot of enhancements and updates to share with you today. We are working on retention efforts. We do plan to have updates for you in September of our next meeting in September.
And I wanted to say too, and I forgot to add that Jennifer Trindle is with us too, who is our payroll supervisor. As Lisa stated, we will be going into more depth in our HR plan with retention, but we will also be presenting more in September. Thank you.
Is that the end of?
Yes.
Are there any questions at this time?
That's the end of the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any questions for us at this time?
Yeah, thank you. I am sure there are. In the interest of time, I'd sort of like to go around the circle here. Board President Muldrow, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. So part of what I heard is that we still have 141 vacancies. We've heard from educators in our email that folks are missing, their PE teacher, the 7th grade math teacher, positions that are really vital to the success of our students. How are we prioritizing the stability of schools and hiring folks in schools as opposed to promoting people to central office? And Tracy, we talked about this a little bit earlier today, but I think it's really important to kind of talk about where the emphasis is in terms of hiring and recruitment right now.
So it's all hands on deck with that. So we are looking into our substitute pool. As it was stated earlier, we have 275 subs teachers who are certified to teach. So we are looking at extending long-term subcontracts to them, or at least getting them to start the school year in front of our scholars working until we get those hired. We've also, we're making calls. We're also updating our recruitment efforts, diversity in ed. We also are doing a virtual job fair on the 21st as well, August 21st. 22nd, we're updating that. So that's what we're doing right now. And we also have building principals and the associate soups calling our sub pools as well, whether both the certified and the permits.
One of the things I hear is that you all have a lot of strategies and a lot of approaches to advertising and getting the word out. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the most effective strategies have been? So what is producing the best results in terms of recruitment? What are things you think this board should invest more in? And what are things that maybe aren't producing the results we were hoping they would at the beginning of the summer that you want to move away from?
Great question. So let me see if I can synthesize that a little bit. So first of all, I would say that part of the process is that personal touch. So we are looking to our building principals to do calls, to tap into their families, to say, hey, we've got these positions open. I think that is huge. That was one of the things that we heard a lot about with word of mouth from current employees as well. We need continued support from the associate soups, from the board as well. I think the calls did a lot to help in that our building principals are calling our sub office We're also making phone calls to the deans at the universities. We're working with the School of Ed and looking at positions, students that they have that will be graduating and are graduating. The universities are very helpful in giving us leads as well. So I think that's part of it. I think the other piece you said, what isn't working well? Was that the question? I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
Yeah, so what are the strategies that have been the most effective? And what I hear you saying is working in partnership with universities has been one of the more effective strategy in terms of bringing educators into the district. Are there strategies you all have used that have been less effective or have not garnered the results that you thought that they would in terms of recruiting folks into the district?
Well, that one I can say, because since I've been here, I've only been here a year and kind of taking on this role. I think that as of yet, I'm not sure, because what we're doing is we've taken a very personal hands-on approach. So we have our analysts, we have the associate SUPs, and we've also reached out to community organizations as well. We've done in-person, we've done visits. So right now, I think that we're doing full blast. So that's what we're doing. We're building databases and we're collecting data to see what isn't working so that we can shift and pivot as we move forward. I think that, as I said before, the superintendent doing those, the media, doing those interviews, that has helped us quite a bit. And so we are looking at data to say what isn't working, so we'll know as we move forward. But I know one change and one shift that we have done is that we are doing recruitment year round. Instead of, certain times we'll stop and recalibrate, we're doing it year round. And so as we do that, we're kind of seeing where it's lacking, what is better, what has worked, what hasn't worked, so that we can have that data. And I think another piece of that is that the HR audit that we want to do, that we're going to do an RFQ on, looking at streamlining some processes, seeing where the kinks are. And we do surveys to our applicants and say, hey, how did that work for you? And as Mr. Rose will attest and Brad will attest, we've asked them, what did you like about our hiring process? What could have been better so that it will make us better? So we have done that as well. We do, onboarding surveys as people come into the office and we work with them.
I guess I would just say, like, part of my concern is that we're doing a lot and not necessarily aware of whether or not it's effective.
Dr. Jenkins,
You gotta be on mute.
you're muted yourself. It's fine, just.
So I guess what I'm like,
Space bar.
Okay, gotcha.
no. So I guess I would say that I think we're invested in a lot of different strategies, and it's really important to be able to identify which strategies are working effectively, so that we're really targeting our focus to things that are garnering the best results versus kind of dabbling in whatever might work a little bit. The other thing I want to say is when we're looking at our priorities and balancing both kind of what we need immediately from our administration as well as what we need from educators, I think of things like our music teachers or our PE teachers or our art teachers, folks who work with an entire building, and what it means if those positions are not filled at the beginning of the year. So we have a middle school right now that doesn't have anybody teaching Phi Ed. Both of their Phi Ed teachers are vacant. And so how are we prioritizing those positions that work with an entire building and support the structure of the school day? And I hear you saying we're talking to our certified subs about being long-term subs or having longer contracts with the district. Are we approaching our certified subs about being teachers, about hiring them to work in buildings as teachers? And that's it for my questions.
Thank you, Board President Muldrow. Vice President Pearson.
Yeah, I just had Ali said the question at the end. I think that that is one of the salient pieces, is that although we might have a large number of sub pools and long-term pools of subs, essentially what we are trying to get to is stability amongst our teachers. And so how are we then moving or having those conversations with our long-term subs to start like, hey, we need you to would you like to be a teacher and not a long-term sub? So definitely moving in that direction. So thanks for bringing that up.
Do you have any other questions?
No, I think Ali mentioned basically the questions that I actually had.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Castro.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Carradine and other members of the team for that update. Thanks for coming on board. Welcome to the team. I am interested in looking more at data and trends, not only here, but from around the country in terms of what have been best practices in terms of hiring and what haven't been best practices in terms of hiring. It's been good that our new data system has been more integrated into these kind of online things. I guess my questions, both of them are related to goal number 3, in terms of staff vacancies. Where are those vacancies concentrated at, if they are concentrated? And would the team be ready to shift some things around so that our more diverse schools or schools that are Title I are not adversely impacted by vacancies? And then number 2, I know that it's a mad dash to get as many people hired as possible, but what is our screening like to make sure that these individuals are committed to goal number 3?
So let me break up the first part. So I think the question came up about offering positions to our substitute support staff, and we are. That's where it comes in with paying for their license with stipulations if they do not have the licensure for that position. So we're making sure, so all the numbers that you got regarding where the teacher vacancies, but we also have, we're also hiring for the SEAs and the EA positions as well. And so what we do with that too is we tap into our permit subs and also into our subs that we have. And we do offer extended long-term subcontracts to those people, saying that we have this position open. Some do, some subs that we have talked to say they do want to do extended contracts, and some say they do not. They just want to work day to day. We are working to make sure we fill those areas. Tell me the second part of the question. I wanted to make sure that I capture it all.
Screening.
Yeah, the screening process or the interview process in terms of their commitment to goal number 3 and our district goals.
So with that in mind, that's where we lean on the building principals and the associate soups as well with the hiring process, the interview questions. That's where we do the onboarding and the vetting of staff to make sure. And then we ask for commitment. We look at, like I said, so a permit sub can only work 45 days. So that's something that we have to look at. If it's a certified staff, then that's where we could do the 1 year with stipulations. And so we do have, as I said before, it's all hands on deck. We have a special task force that is looking at that, and they are working with the 275 certified staff that we do have to make sure that they are day 1 ready.
That answer your questions.
I'll follow up.
Okay. Board Member Simkin.
Thank you. My first question has to do with onboarding. So we're talking about a lot of new staff and brand new teachers, and also putting substitutes into teaching positions. And so what I'm wondering is, what is the onboarding process? How long does it take? And do we have an ongoing mentoring system to help with retention of these staff?
Okay, so that's 2 different things. So our onboarding is they come in, they give us all the paperwork, they do the background checks, they do the TB testing and so forth. And then the process that you're talking about is we have the new teacher orientation. That's 3 days long that they do. And then from there, they go to the buildings, and that's where the buildings do their onboarding as well. So yep, there is training involved in that as well. And so that's what we're doing, and we're offering to our subs, is that we want to include them in that training that's done. I think it's August 17th, 18th, and 19th. I think those are the dates that we do the new teacher orientation. And then you're right, there is teacher mentors and teacher leaders as well to help mentor them as they go into these new positions. So we do put in a very tight support staff and support structure for these new teachers, so that again, they are day one ready.
Would the long-term subs also be receiving a mentor or a teacher leader support?
So we want to move towards that. So again, we have a special task force that is working to do that, because we offer some training. We offer training that DPI as it's DPI required, but we also want them to get training as well on class management. So we are working with the associate subs to see if, to make sure that they are included, our long-term subs are included in those trainings as well. So absolutely. Now, as far as teacher mentors, I'm not sure, but that would be a great, and we are moving towards that as well, so that they have support staff. I do know that they can call us when they need something. They call our substitute office, and we find opportunities and we find support for them as well.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, with the number of staff that we have today, do you anticipate the need for central office staff to be used as substitutes this year?
Ooh, it's a good question. I would say possibly. I can't give a definitive answer as of yet. Maybe Cindy Green can help with that, or someone from the associate super's office can help answer that question.
Hi, board member Sipkin. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you for the question. I will just chime in and say that we are in the process of creating a proactive plan with the intent of our central office staff, planning on supporting schools through substituting and other supports as needed. We know that last year, this was a huge effort from everybody, and we want to go into the fall thinking about that through a different approach. So myself, our associate superintendents, and our senior executive, Dr. McGregory, are working on a plan right now in order to prepare for that if needed. We are also ensuring that our staff are thinking about their own work plans and their work for the year in a way that will support both the supporting of schools through substituting as well as their central office responsibilities.
At this point, are you estimating how many days a month you might be asking central office staff to go into classrooms? Or
yeah, I think that's a great question. Well, one, will definitely prioritize based on licensure and based on need. And right now, I think we are in this process thinking about 1 or 2 days a week, but we again are going to be working over the next few weeks to be doing that in a more proactive way. And that might not mean just substituting, right? But our schools can use support in a variety of ways. We have a new curriculum at elementary, so supporting classrooms with implementation, or supporting modeling in the classroom. So that is where we are at right now, but we are again working on plans for that, and we'll have something fleshed out as the month continues before our teachers and staff come back on August 25th.
do central office staff know at this point that you're estimating 1 to 2 days a week in the classroom?
I think that's a great question. I think from the teaching and learning side, it's been how we have been developing our work plans and how we've been thinking about kind of our own work streams for the year. As I said, we are still coming together with the associate soups and with Dr. McGregory and others to build out that plan from a more central systemic approach. So because it's not fleshed out fully, then I would say some individuals know, and as the the couple of weeks continue and we continue to figure out what that plan is, everybody obviously will know and will communicate that widely. So we're all working from the same kind of knowledge base and the same understanding.
Hey, one more follow-up to that is, so I heard you say that you'd be prioritizing staff that have teaching degrees. Are you planning or looking at doing this in a way that is, I heard you say systemic, so I appreciate that. Predictable, I guess, is what I'm wondering about, where they would be in the same schools or the same group of schools on some sort of a schedule. Is that the type of thing that you're working on?
I think ideally that would be great because it also helps build relationships with other staff and most importantly, builds relationship with the students in those schools. So yes, ideally. And again, we, once Tracy continues to work on the hiring processes and we come together with associate superintendent, excuse me, to really see where there's still a need and where we are, then we will determine. But ideally, yes, because we want our adults to build relationships with other staff and definitely with the students at those schools. So that would be our priority.
My last question about that is, does this mean that they will have some responsibility taken off of their shoulders for their regular positions?
Yeah, I think so. Again, plans in process, not finalized. But again, from the teaching and learning side, I would say, yes, we know more than we knew last year. So we are going into this upcoming school year with a different knowledge base. So as we have thought about the work for the upcoming year, we have been super intentional about prioritizing what we know is most important for us to work on this year. Literacy as a system is one of our most important areas. The focus on restorative justice and social emotional learning is another one. So as our teams are really thinking about what their work is, we are using the approach of 2 days a week in schools as an assumption. And so 3 days a week with the other work. But again, as the teams come together and we start to work more collaboratively across the entire system to build out, as I said, a full systemic plan, we will take that into consideration. But we know more than we did before, so we can be proactive and we can be more planful about our approach going into the 22-23 school year.
Thank you.
Dr. Jenkins, did you have a comment?
Oh, yes, hands up. Yes, I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Ms. Caradon and your team, and thank you to Ms. Green. We're considering all scenarios. One thing we know, we were leaning forward, we were building momentum. This year, we're looking for a break. We're looking for our staff to be back. We have those 141 teachers that we're working diligently every day to make sure that we get to a spot where we have individuals in front of our students. The number of substitutes, we have more this year than what we had last year. And we're pretty confident that we're just going to have a breakthrough year. Our goal is not to have our psychologists, our counselors, our people that we need in those roles, particularly this year, paying a close attention to social, emotional, mental health world needs. We need them to do their roles. Now, let's just also understand this. There's been a teacher shortage before now. You can see it on the graph. And I think, but now it's more important this year to really prioritize social, emotional, mental health and to take some of the load off people if we can. So we've just heard worst case scenario, but our goal is to finish doing what we're doing right now to put ourselves in the best position so that our children can see people every day and to continue to recruit some of those 275 teachers to try to come back if we have vacancies in those roles. So thank you. I just want to say thank you to everybody and thank you for the questions too. It's just going to help us continue to get better.
All set. Thank you. Thank you. Board Member Nicole.
All right. Just a couple of things. And also welcome to the team, Mr. Kurt Rose. Good to see you in MMSD. Can you guys break down the numbers again of what you said that the slide didn't quite match because you had updates, which is always good news. But can you break down yeah, how many vacancies are there today? And are they all teacher vacancies or are they inclusive of all vacancies?
Yes, thank you, thank you. So the numbers that I was sharing are teacher vacancies. And so we have 141 vacancies that we're working on right now.
Okay, and then you said that there were 79 where offers had been made, but they're still kind of going through the paperwork, background check process.
Yeah, so those offers have been accepted. They're just doing the onboarding piece. So we have hired 430 people of the original 571 vacancies. That leaves us at the 141.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Then the other thing is, Ms. Carradine, thank you for the update today. As you know, I went through our job postings last week just to take a look myself. And I know that sometimes there could be a delay in what's showing as kind of a current and active opening versus where you all are. But one of the things that stood out to me were it looked like there were a handful of schools with numerous openings. And so I think my question for you today is, what is the 30-day plan right now from August 8th to get us to September 1 with the schools that have the highest number of vacancies? Given or if the worst case scenario is that you're actively recruiting, you're not able to fill, could you walk us through what would be the next few steps to make sure schools like Alice, La Follette, Leopold, Mendota, Sandburg, Spring Harbor, Thoreau, West, if those open current positions are still vacant, you know, that the school feels pretty stable as we open day one?
Great question. So right now we're working with our sub office and we are, as I said before, we are actively calling our sub pools to be day one ready to say, hey, we have these positions open. We need subs for this position. So that's our absolute emergency plan right there. But also too, as we're doing that, we're also looking at offering extended long-term subcontracts to them as well. So what we're doing is we're continuously hiring. We're going to put a sub in there. And I will say too, we do have a task force looking into this because you're absolutely right. We want to make sure that we have staff in front of scholars. But to pinpoint that, we would get our sub office, have them start getting people ready to be in front of the scholars on the first day. Also too, looking at seeing if we can offer them a contract and say, we will pay for your DPI licensure for 1 year with the stipulations if they're amenable to doing it for the rest of the school year, or at least until the semester, until we can hire for someone and or extending a contract to them. So that is our 30-day emergency plan that we have in place to get staff in front of students. But as I said before, we will continue to do recruitment and retention. And to go back to President Muldrow's question is that we are, as Cindy Green has said too, we don't know what we don't know. So we are keeping track. We're looking at what's working and what is not working. And so we'll know for the future because as trends change. So one thing that we do now might not work. I mean, we moved on to QR codes in our recruitment documentation so that it makes it quicker and easier for some people. Some people like the web address. So we're looking at all different ways of reaching out and getting staff in front of students.
Okay, thank you for that. I just have a couple of follow-ups. So when I'm just asking this so I can make sure I have the proper context. When you say that you are calling the sub pool and really talking to them and making a personal connection about needing them, perhaps giving them an extended contract, et cetera, et cetera. I think that leads me to a question, which is, do we have the right monetary incentive for subs to actually make the commitment? And this is a question that I'm asking even at the board level, because what I don't know right now is if a sub has an option to sub in one of 5 districts in this community, MMSD being one of them, or gets the call from another location first and they go somewhere else. I don't exactly know how the sub pool works, but I guess I'm asking this to say, do we have the right incentives to make sure that our sub pool is like a viable, strong pool that we know we can rely on, since that seems to be the first line of strategy? That's the kind of the first question. And let me have you answer that. And I may not understand how the sub pool works enough, so feel free to correct me and give me the context that's needed.
Nope, you're absolutely correct. And what happens is if they do take a long-term sub position or extended, they get paid more. So it's over $200, because right now our sub pool is paid $168. 38. I think that's the amount that they make. And then if it's a long-term sub position or extended, they get paid, it's 200 and something as they work. If they go past like the 45 days, then they get a different pay rate. So you are absolutely correct. Are we paying? We could probably look at that. We will be looking at that as well, at that pay scale as well. So that is on our list in HR. That is part of our plan as well, is to look at the substitute pay scale to make sure that it is comparable and competitive as well. Those are very good questions.
Okay, but it's not a but. So let me just say thank you. We have these ESSER funds. And I know that there was an ESSER plan. I'm looking down the table at Dr. Jenkins. There's an ESSER plan. I understand that. My question again, as the head of HR, and again, you don't have to answer this today publicly. This might be a conversation you all want to have as a leadership team and come back to us. But I think what the board needs to know is if there is access to one-time funds, it would actually bolster your ability to recruit and kind of get a commitment from subs to stay with us, to be MMSD subs. I think we need to know that, and I would love to hear a recommendation. And I understand that, I'm thinking of Ross probably online in the background going, oh my gosh, no. But I'm just thinking, I'm trying to think creatively about what we might be able to do kind of in a 30 to 45 day window to make, Ross, I see your little emoji, to make the start of the school year as strong as possible. And I may be going down a path that we don't need to go, but what I guess I'm encouraged to hear that the sub pool is at a nice, healthier number. So good job for that. I'm still worried that that's not going to be enough. And I think the other thing that I worry about is it sounds like we're already anticipating having to deploy central office staff 2 days a week, using our certified staff that work in central office to go out to schools. And the reason I worry about that is not because I think Doyle and central office staff can't go out to schools. I worry about it because I don't think it's sustainable as a longer term staffing plan. And I know you know this, Ms. Carradine, but I just think that, things that I heard from some of our central office colleagues last year about going out and not always feeling prepared to teach the grade level they were assigned or any, we want the best folks in front of our young people. So I'm still looking for anything that we can do that might be even a little out of the box to get us through the next 30 to 45 days. So, thank you for your update today.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kiernan, I just have a few comments and some questions, and I'm going to try to go through these quickly. One of the strategies that I have heard that people are asking why we are not using is WeCan is used to post positions from a lot of other school districts. And as I understand it, it's sort of a central clearinghouse for open positions. And I don't think our teaching positions are listed on that. I think we've talked about this before, and we have some hard to fill positions. I feel like we've gotten to the point where a lot of every position is a hard to fill position. And so I'm wondering, is it possible for us to post everything we have open on WeCan, or how do you see that as a potential strategy for us?
So we have 27 positions out on WeCan now. So we do use WeCan. We have it out there. And with that in mind, when they go out to WeCan, it directs them to Cornerstone so that they can put in the application. So we do advertise on WeCan right now.
Okay, how many positions did you say we have on WeCan?
Right now we have 27 out there, and we're putting on more.
Okay, we have 141 open teacher positions right now. So what I'm asking is, are the teacher positions on WeCan that we have open right now?
Yes, she did.
We are putting them out there as well. So
Okay.
yes. We are.
And how long does it take to get positions listed on WeCan as?
About 24 hours. Once you put it out there, sometimes less than that, between 12 and 24 hours.
Okay, and to me, if that's a strategy that can get us more exposure and easier for teachers to apply to our district, I would really like to see that used if possible. So that's one suggestion that I have. Yeah, Board Member Pearson, Vice President Pearson.
I'm just gonna say this just flat out. This conversation is really, really frustrating, because I think that what I'm hearing each member say is that, what is the plan? What is a sustainable plan? And we cannot keep doing random things, although we understand that we're in emergency mode now. If it takes 24 hours to post a position, and I understand staffing in HR right now, and we're doing all hands on deck, but I think this is where, for me, it's a breakdown of what Ali, I think, was trying to get at, is like, what is working? What do we know is a strategy that we can do to get these positions filled before school? And if those strategies are working, why aren't we investing more time in that? And then what things are not working and we gotta stop doing? Like, I understand that relationships with other folks, word of mouth is obviously, like, that's one of the biggest things in any industry, right? However, if there are other things that are less time consuming that we know can have a beneficial impact, it shouldn't take right now that we are saying 27 positions are on this site, when we still have 140 positions that need to be filled. Like, it shouldn't have to take us as a board to say, we recognize this is happening. I think this is part of my frustration. I think we've been spinning, as Savian mentioned earlier, we've been having these discussions for a minute now, and we're still here. And so going back to Ali's point earlier, what does the district need us as the board to help support? And I think that we can keep on talking about this, but at some point, like, we're also going to need to, like, figure out where we can help and where we can help, like, figure out the strategies. It's just really frustrating right now, listening to the same thing week after week after week. And here we are. I agree. I want to make sure that we have the best teachers, the best staff in front of our children. We cannot continue going on the way that we have been for the past 2 years, just because it's not sustainable. But as things are changing, we have to be able to pivot. And I think that that's where also too, we're having a hard time right now, is finding that point where we pivot and we do something different. And I agree with Nichelle. It's gonna have to be something creative. Like, it does have to be creative, but at the same time, it has to be strategic. And so I just wanted to mention that because I feel like we're all racking our brain and there are some tangible things that we can do in the immediate future. And maybe this is off topic, but I just wanted to mention that it's really frustrating right now that these are still the conversations that we're having right now. And so, yeah, I just needed to put that out there because I'm really utterly frustrated in listening to this. But sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I hear you. And I think what collectively we are asking for is in the next days before school starts, what are the key leverage strategies we're going to do? And how are you communicating those to us? And what can we do as board members to assist with that process? So we have a lot more on our agenda tonight. If there is, I'm guessing that Vice President Pearson, you don't want the answer to that right now, but you would like some thought put behind that and then some information to us in the next week. Is that what you're asking for?
I'm not asking necessarily for, because I've said this in our briefings, I've said this multiple times in our officers meeting, like at this point, no, I don't need an answer right now, but I just wanted to express how frustrated I am. And I feel like we're constantly racking our brain of something that not necessarily simple. It is complex, but I do think it is solvable. But we have to have, as Sophia mentioned, all the hands on deck. We need the district, the board, and MTI to really be working together to try to solve this. And I feel like we're all trying to solve it in this different spaces. And it's really frustrating because we're not cohesive in a way that I envision us to be. So no, I don't need an answer right now, but I will keep hacking away.
Okay. Board Member Simkin, our Board President Muldrow, and then we're gonna move on.
Okay, thank you. My last thoughts here. I'm looking at these numbers around how many substitutes we're gonna be putting in classes, whether it's central office, long-term subs, short-term subs, and beyond orientation, beyond mentoring. I am hoping that there is a plan for the implementation of curriculum, which is extraordinarily difficult, of course, when you have adults that are not in their area of specialty, that are in certain classrooms or that don't have teaching licenses in the classrooms. And so I am hoping that we are going to hear very soon from, I'm guessing this would be from Cindy, but I'm not sure. What is the plan for getting these adults up to speed so that the students in the classroom are having the most seamless, positive, useful educational experience they can this year?
Board Member Simpkins, do you want me to just do a brief answer to that right now, or do you want to? Okay, I'll do a brief answer, and then we can always have a further conversation at a later date. I'm going to go back to a little bit of what I said before in terms of trying to be super narrow and intentional in our focus this upcoming year around the work of literacy, disciplinary literacy at secondary, and social emotional learning. We started kind of the kickoff around thinking about how to support all of the adults in our schools today with a leadership institute. And that leadership institute, as you all know, spans this entire week. That time is really for schools to come together and be thinking about how they want to provide supports for their school improvement plan, which is like their roadmap for supporting schools. Simultaneously, the teaching and learning department is creating a host of professional learning opportunities that will happen during Welcome Back and throughout the year. I think the piece about why we think it's so important for us to be in schools a few days a week, whether we are subbing or not, is to do exactly what you said. We know we only have a a set number of mentors, right, that are able to support our new teachers. And our team is well positioned and well poised to be that direct content support for our schools. So those are just a few of the ways that we are thinking about it. I think it is upon all of us to really think about the most essential pieces that we know everyone needs to focus on and kind of do well and learn well this upcoming year, so that our students feel successful, our adults feel successful, and we actually accomplish some academic outcomes as well, which is why we continue to state that narrow focus. But that's a little bit of kind of where we are, and it started today, which we feel great about, and happy to come back with more details, more plans if that's what's needed at a later date. So I'll end it there because I know Chris is trying to get us to the next topic. Thanks.
So much.
Thank you, Cindy. Board President Muldrow.
Yeah, I want to thank you for chairing the conversation the way you have, Chris Goma-Schmidt. And I also want to acknowledge that I similarly feel frustrated, in part because I think when we talked about ESSER funding, when we talked about the village builder positions, one of my initial concerns was, how are we going to fill that position when we're really struggling to staff our buildings? And when I went back and looked at the breakdown that board member Nicole sent to all of us, it included 30 openings for village builders. And so really looking at how are we effectively investing ESSER funding to, make this year different than last year? And also, how are we moving out of a reactive or triage space and into a broader plan that allows for us to recover? And it's hard to look at the level of vacancies we have both at central office. And I do want to say this. I don't think that the positions that are vacant at central office are just disposable positions. Both of the positions that support LGBTQ youth district-wide are vacant right now. That's a really big deal, right? Like our students really depend on those folks at central office to transition, to correct their name and IC, to support their parents. But looking at the totality of our vacancies, I'm really concerned about, how we're going to move through this year and what we're going to do over the course of August. To make sure that we're prioritizing staff in front of students, we're prioritizing our schools. And so really looking to, how are we using August to get folks in classrooms? And then, what is our plan for staffing central office? And where are we making reductions? Where are we addressing inefficiencies in terms of our vacancies in order to free up funding in our budget to invest in staff up front? And so I just want to say really clearly that is some of what I'm struggling with in terms of this HR presentation.
Thank you. Dr. Jenkins, did you have any follow-up comments? Your hand was up.
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad we've had all this discussion tonight. One, with the budget, where we are, and then two, with the HR discussion. I just want to say it is frustrating. I go back again, these ESSER dollars, though we're using those dollars, I just say it out again, those are one-time dollars and we have to be very careful how we use the dollars. I think the discussion that board member Nichols had, we've been discussing it. How could we use it to make those subs, entice them more to do that, particularly for that 120-day period that we were talking about. It's frustrating because when you look at some of the positions, and just like even mentioned of the village builders, when you're offering those positions there at the EA level, which we've been talking about tonight, that's a very low wage to try to encourage people to do some of the toughest work that you need to have done. We have to have a larger discussion moving forward about budgeting. Academically, I think we've made some of the largest investments that we made in years in our district, and I think those are set to pay off. We have prepared ourselves not only with our institute, but even the work we started doing last year. We've had some historical shortages in Madison Metropolitan School District. It just wasn't this year, and it hasn't been just the last 5 years, and we all know that, right? But I think we do have to be at a point where we have to think creatively, structurally, moving forward about what is education going to look like altogether. So I totally hear what you're saying. I think the team here now coming out of where we were with the pandemic, during the pandemic, everyone in the world pivoted quite a bit to meet whatever was coming out of CDC to state and local. I think right now we're still in the midst of still looking at that, but we know more now. So we're going to be better prepared. I think we have more subs this year, more highly qualified people, and we're down to 141 staff, and we still have time. With our August 22nd coming up, recruitment that we're doing, and we had a significant number of people who got promoted in the district this year, more so than what you would say historically, and that calls shift two. And I am one who believe if individuals are ready, you don't hold them back for our own selfish good, and then we replace them with other individuals who can support. But those individuals are going to play a powerful role. I think about Dr. Hoffman, how she got promoted, Dr. New, Dr. Higgs, all the people that can just keep going on, Dan Kincaid. It causes a shift in your organization when you promote people from within your organization. And we have to be prepared to sustain that. I think right now, we have a lot of positivity going on, a lot of optimism going on too. And we have to do is exactly what I think Board Member Castro said and Board Member Chris. We have to come together with MTI, with the administrators, with our board. We have to talk about what we're gonna do, not only just open up, but what's long term as well. During this pandemic, it's been tough to look past your nose because every time you look around, something is changing. So I am one to say, I think we're poised to see some really great things and breakthroughs this year, but we're gonna have to work together to get it done. And let's have that conversation about what we get for subs right away, and let's try to see how we can compensate our people fairly. And I believe that all the way through, from every employee, how do we compensate them fairly to sustain what we want to try to do.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. Thank you, Ms. Carradine. Thank you, Kurt Rose. Thank you, Lisa Adams, and everybody from your team who is here tonight to present to us. We know that this is a heavy lift and turnover like we've never seen before. So we appreciate the work that you are doing to find qualified staff to work with our students and work in our schools. Okay, y'all, it is 7:57. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Be back here at 8:02. We are moving into a discussion on school safety, summer building maintenance updates, and then the 2 policies that we have to discuss. So we will see you soon. 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
You did a good job, Mo. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Jesse, you cut me off. There you go.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I was trying to do it.
will send you one.
It's not muted, Jesse. It's not muted.
Gotcha, I'm working on it.
a Donald logo, like the short film they created.
Are we back? Okay, we are back. Thank you everyone for hanging in there with us tonight. The next item on the agenda is a presentation from the Office of School Safety, and we have Gina Guglia and Cedric Morris here with us. It's to introduce them as the co-directors of the Office of School Safety and allow them to explain the work of their department and in the schools. So welcome.
Thank you. And is someone gonna present the slides? Or is that, should we be doing that?
Yeah, Jesse will bring the slides up.
Great. All right, well, thanks for having us here. We know that there's a lot to cover when it comes to school safety. We really want to ground you in our office, especially because we have made this intentional shift from previous ways of working. We are a new office. We have completed our first year. We're really looking forward to moving into our second year together. We really want to provide you with some updates about what we've done so far, what our plan is for this year, what are our established practices, and then also where we're going. So first, I'll hand it over to my co-director, Cedric, to start us with a little bit about our office.
Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good. So we're gonna, like Gina said, we're gonna start with maybe 3 points that we're gonna try to touch on tonight. Again, you know, there's a lot of information. So we just picked a few things that we're gonna roll with tonight. Overview of, the first thing being the overview of MMSD, Office of School Safety. Second is the safety and critical response teams. The third would be in the district and school safety plans, updates, timelines, and next steps. And then at the end, we'll have time for questions and feedback. Next slide, please. The Office of School Safety, like Gina shared earlier, this intentional shift. This is an intentional shift to a team approach to supporting all aspects of school safety. We are committed to being more present in the schools this year, physically in the buildings. Community events, home visits for support. Relationships are huge in building rapport with students and staff, and also making sure that our systems are talking to each other. Everyone plays a vital role, an important role in school safety. Also using our community partners as ties to community and supporting our students. Next slide, please. What is MMSD's Office of School Safety? It is a 2-person office with co-director under supervision of Ennis Harvey, Associate Superintendent of High Schools. We use the FEMA language. It is a continuing cycle of planning, organizing, training, equipping, exercising, evaluating, and taking a corrective action in an effort to ensure effective coordinating during an incident response. Excuse me. It is also intentional that we use already established working framework for this for safety. We take FEMA's preparedness cycle and apply it to school safety. Next slide, please. This is grounded in the national model. It's a continuing cycle, again, of organizing, training, equipping, exercising, evaluating, and taking a corrective action in an effort to ensure effective coordination during an incident response. Being proactive is essential to setting the foundation for school safety. We believe in starting with a positive and welcoming culture and climate so that when there is a critical event, we can work to respond to them with trust and care. This also allows us to utilize restorative practices and repair harm that might have been caused. Also, all school-based teams that implement plans with each of these 3 levels and cross each of these practices with fidelity will be successful in establishing physical, social, emotional, and psychological safety in their buildings. Next slide. So we'll start talking about our different roles. My name is Cedric Morris Sr. I am a product of Madison Metropolitan School District by way of Lincoln Elementary, also went to Midvale, Cherokee, and graduated from West High School. I'm looking at safety as a 2-part lens, one in the job that I do now, and then also as a parent of 2 students, former students who graduated from MMSD as well. Hometown kid, grew up here in Madison, Wisconsin, benefited from a lot of programs within the community, after school programs within MMSD. I come to you from, I have 12 years of correctional experience as a correctional sergeant. After leaving there, I did manager of a boys group home, also working at Dane County Human Services as a grit worker, doing direct services with at-risk youth. After that, I was promoted to youth justice coordinator with Dane County, where I worked with 18 to 25-year-olds, matching them with resources, mental health, education, housing resources, and just being a mentor and a positive person for them to come to in their time of need. In my role as one of the co-directors under the Office of School Safety and Security, my primary responsibilities, developing professional development, coaching, consultation with school SSAs as part of school-based critical response teams, also ensuring SSAs are trained in nonviolent crisis intervention, critical response, mandatory reporting, Title X reporting, Title IX reporting. Also oversee all traffic and transportation safety, provide consultation and guidance to schools on traffic safety plans. I also oversee cameras, responsible for who has access, what access they receive, and if cameras are working properly and adequate the placing of those cameras. Also work directly with building services on all aspects of building related and safety needs. And I will let my co-director introduce herself as well.
Awesome. And the next slide is a little bit about me. So my name is Gina Agulia. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I have been a school social worker in the district since 2010. I have worked in middle and elementary schools as well as at central office. I come with a mental health background, a clinical background. I also have experience working with youth and adults in acute mental health crisis through my work in at Journey Mental Health and their crisis unit. So I bring kind of a perspective of mental health and crisis intervention to this work. My specific roles, kind of connected to Cedric would be doing professional development, coaching, consultation for our school-based critical response teams. We'll talk a little bit about those. Won't go into too much detail, but just really making sure that people know that we do have established critical response teams in each of our buildings, K through 12. They receive training and support in the areas of threat assessment, early intervention to acts of school violence, and that acute mental health crisis intervention. I'm also responsible for coordinating the Bureau of Justice Assistance Stop School Violence and Mental Health Training Grant. That is what requires us to ensure that we have these critical response teams set up and that we're providing that ongoing consult and support for them in each of our buildings. I also am assisting school principals and school-based critical response teams with youth and families that are navigating the justice system. I work with really closely with our community partners like Dane County Department of Human Services around monitoring the monitoring system around our justice involved youth. Cedric and I both, are really diligent about making sure that we have releases and that we are really working to ensure the confidentiality of our youth, regardless of what's going on with them in the justice system, that we are continuing to maintain their ability to access education whenever possible, and that they are able to do that free of feeling like they are not welcomed or having to deal with those barriers of accessing education. And so that, along with then providing additional training and guidance to schools around things like mandatory reporting, threats of school violence reporting, and sexual assault reporting. So those are a few of the additional things that I do as well. And the next slide. You want to talk about what we both do?
So we also have shared responsibilities. These are a list of some of the shared responsibilities that we have. Continuing to be support systems for principals, ensuring that their school safety plans are in place, drill procedures that are being done with fidelity, any additional safety measures that are taken when needed. We're also supporting schools through critical incidents involving direct and imminent safety to school buildings, in collaboration with the county, MPD, emergency responders, assessing levels of threat, safety risks, and utilizing cross-systems partners throughout established relationships with the county, MPD again, and other emergency response agency. Next slide, please. So teaming is essential. It is important that all schools have established teams and that they are meeting regularly. This is very important for keeping our communication lines open and also making sure that the schools are doing this with fidelity. Next slide.
And so there are lots of teams that are established in all of our schools. We will touch on two today that we are making sure are existing in all of our buildings. First is that school safety team. And so there is a difference between school safety and school-based critical response. They have slightly different responsibilities, but we know that for the most part, there's a lot of common membership among these teams. So you'll see a lot of the same people on these teams, but the focus of school safety is on more of that proactive system and operational work. So that's ensuring that professional learning around all safety protocols and procedures are completed and understood by all staff. That includes our standard response protocol and other emergency procedures. This includes making sure that they're collaborating with central office like us, building services, associate superintendents, to make sure that their school safety plans are up to date and understood by all staff. And then another ask of school safety teams is to be hosting biannual safety meetings with community members, families, students, and cross-systems partners like law enforcement, bringing people together in their school building to ensure that their safety plans and safety procedures that they have set up are appropriate, equitable, and student-centered. Next slide. The other team that we mentioned before is critical response teams. Critical response teams are multidisciplinary teams focused on early intervention and responding to critical incidents with care. We want to make sure that it's known that we have a district critical response team, as well as a critical response team at each school, so that our district team can come together, also a multidisciplinary team, also a cross-department representation of our district to really come together and then support schools and support schools teams. So, you know, our job is to help schools develop their own critical response team, and then to utilize our own our own district critical response team to aid in any kind of situations that come up. The big things that are involved in critical response teams are really thinking about those proactive interventions. So what are we doing early to intervene proactively to prevent violence? When we do assess or when there is some type of violence or threat or risk to safety, how are we assessing the function of the student behavior and really evaluating the underlying needs of that student? We know that behavior is an expression of communication. Youth are trying to tell us something, they're trying to obtain or avoid something. For the most part, when there are situations that could escalate into violence, if we're able to assess that function of the behavior, we're able to put proactive interventions in place, really think about that student's mental health, their well-being, really focus on what they need to move forward, to create a safety plan, a support plan that really balances their needs with the rest of the needs of the school to ensure safety of all. And then how are we using restorative approaches to repair harm that was caused? How are we progress monitoring? How are we holding people accountable after an incident has transpired? These are all things that the critical response team is responsible for at their building. Next slide. As I mentioned, I'll just go through these really quickly since I already mentioned them, but our district critical response team, it's again, multidisciplinary and cross-departmental. We have representation from student and staff support, Office of School Safety, Building Services, Communications, Legal, the Associate Superintendent's Office, and liaison to the superintendent. So really trying to bring that team together to help support our schools. And the next slide would be what our school-based critical response teams look like. They are led by the principal or the assistant principal, but they are made up of student services. So our psychs, our social workers, our counselors, our nurses, they have our deans of students, our behavior support coaches, universal system coaches or PBIS. We've got safety representatives, so our school security assistants at our secondary level, as well as our clerical, our custodial, or others as needed in the moment. Maybe we need to incorporate our food service staff in in responding to a critical incident in our building. We know that not only do these people have an incredible skill set, but they also know their schools, their staff, their students, and their families best. So we want them to be feeling like they have the capacity to handle the majority of critical incidents that happen in their buildings, with us coming in as a district level support as needed. We want them to be the driver of what they know and how they can work through, situations with their staff. And then we want to come in to be that additional level of support. Next slide. Again, we touched on this briefly, but we definitely bring in our cross systems partners to help us with critical incidents and with critical response. They too become part of a multidisciplinary team because they have lenses that are outside of our district. So we've got police and fire, we've got EMS, Dane County Emergency Management, Journey Mental Health, Dane County Department of Human Services, and then several other community agencies, which I can't name them all right now, but just, tons of other agencies that we partner with that we work through critical incidents with. And we do this both proactively as well as reactively to be both, planful as well as handle situations in the moment. And then next slide, bringing all of that together, thinking about how we wrap around a situation. So we've got our district critical response team, our school-based critical response team, our cross systems partners, and then our family and our community members. And how do we wrap around and use that wraparound approach when we respond to a critical incident? That's our goal. That's what we're trying to do, is make sure that we're really focusing on multiple levels of support and intervention when we need to provide that level of support. Next slide is just really quickly touching on how important it is that we are connected to our Department of Student and Staff Support. So while we're different departments in the district, we do have a lot of overlap. As I stated earlier, we work very closely with our critical response teams, which are made up of our student services staff and admin. So really admin and student services staff coming together in critical incidents to provide that mental health lens, to really focus on the impact of trauma, to be thinking about how are we restoring and repairing any harm that might have been caused. So again, really utilizing both these sides of the house coming together to really be thinking about critical response in that holistic level. And just, really being intentional and purposeful about how the Office of School Safety works with the Department of Student and Staff Support, specifically, when we're dealing with students that are expressing expressing themselves that could be an expression of something that might be unsafe, but how are we able to intervene early and really provide those supports to that student? That doing things like that will divert that youth away from exclusionary practices. And we're always working on how do we make sure we're diverting youth away from criminal justice system whenever possible. We are really wanting to handle those situations early, often, and really think about what's in the best interest of the student as well as the other students in the building. And then next slide.
So the district and the school safety plans, we're in the process of revision from the spring of 2022. Safety assessments coming in 2023. We just completed safety assessments in 53 schools and 3 MSCR sites that have been completed as well. Next slide.
And this is just an appendix, again, not wanting to put too much information out to you, knowing that we do have emergency procedures and our standard response protocol, that you are welcome to review all of the training that our staff and students go through as a welcome back at the beginning of the year for school safety, and then what that looks like throughout the year. But we will leave it there, and we'll just say thank you for giving us some time to be here to start this conversation. And we are excited to move forward with school safety.
Thank you, Gina and Cedric. I appreciate you being here tonight. I'm going to go around quickly for questions. Start with Board Member Nichols.
All right, thank you. First of all, thank you so much, Gina and Cedric, for this overview. I have 2 questions. The first one is, there was a memo that you all also put in board docs, and it said there were recommendations from the spring school safety assessment walkthroughs, and that there were 10 priority recommendations coming forward. Is that in a document that we will be able to review at a later time, or did you touch on some of that tonight in this presentation?
We did not get to that, but we do have those, and absolutely we will be addressing that at a later time. We have definitely gotten a lot of information from these 53 full day building walkthroughs that we completed, and so we are looking forward to sharing the data and talking about what our recommendations are. Definitely didn't feel like this was the time to do it, so we will be back, I'm sure. Cedric, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was just sharing them at a later date.
Okay, great. So that'll be forthcoming. And then I think the one thing I wanted to just ask, and I hope it doesn't, I'm hoping that I'm framing it in a way that it doesn't perpetuate, I don't know, kind of negative or stereotypical images. I'm gonna try to ask it, and if, you know, give me grace. One of the things that I think sometimes is a risk for us in the district is around the critical incidents. The incidents that, right, are hard to predict. They happen quickly, or maybe there's been a buildup, but, you know, and then school-based staff are responding to something, perhaps it escalates and it flares out in a way that it's hard to contain. And some of those critical incidents then end up in the newspaper. And so I think one of the things that I'm wondering about is, what have you perhaps been learning about critical incidents and critical response that would inform the way that you are supporting staff coming into 22-23? This is more of a lessons learned, and what pivots or shifts might you be making around just critical incidents and critical response?
I can start with that. One thing Dr. Jenkins touched on earlier in our leadership institute is he talked about connection, right? So making sure that our internal systems are speaking to each other, from restorative justice piece, finding out, you know, from the smallest case where something may be going on in the high school. So pulling together our partners and utilizing everything that we have internal resources before we use some of our external partners, but just being intentional about problem solving, right? Using, you know, the deans within the schools, neighborhood intervention, and some of the grit workers, some of our community partners, just being intentional about, but also careful about what we share and how we share it, but just being intentional about how we can problem solve and get ahead of it, being more proactive, doing that type of work.
Yeah, and I would add in there too that I think a piece of learning for us has been really understanding the best way to approach a critical incident with an administrator and their team. We have learned, and I, you know, this is from our first year here, but that it's not always, you know, it's never going to be the same thing. Every incident is different. And so we need to come at it without making these assumptions. We really need to be coming at it from an assessment approach. We need to be assessing what's happening, and then, you know, using that information to inform the administrator that we're working with the best options moving forward. And I think that is a bit of a shift from like, if this, then this. And that's been something in the past that it's been, well, if this happens, then you must do this. And while we definitely, you know, are following our policies and our protocols, we are really trying to be intentional of coming at these situations in a way that's not closing down options or closing ideas, and instead really assessing each situation as it is, and really allowing that principal or that administrator to verbalize what they need. We want them to be in the driver's seat. Like I said earlier, they know their students, their staff, their families the best. You know, we, as much as, you know, we miss working directly with kids, they're the ones that, you know, have those established relationships. We just want to continue to foster that, how important, you know, relationships are, connection is, really focusing on those foundational mental health and social emotional pieces. And then from there, we can really work with our school principals and their teams around what they need. So the big learning I've seen is that it's not a formula. Each situation, we come at it with open eyes and really trying to you know, assess what is going on and what needs to be supported, and then really balancing, you know, not taking over for a principal, really, you know, allowing them to be the person that is taking the lead, that they have the confidence and the capacity to handle the situation, and that we are coming in as that supportive layer. So those are a couple of the things that I think the more that we continue to do that through that practice, I think that you know, like, as you said, Michelle, with some of this stuff coming out to the media and, X, Y, and Z happens or whatever, the more that we can be a little bit more in sync about how we do things and be a little bit more make sure, it's transparent how we support our principals and how we work through critical incidents. I think that some of that will start to be a little bit more obvious to everyone as we work through this stuff.
Board Member Simpkin.
I don't have any questions because we just talked a couple weeks ago and I appreciate that time. I also appreciate the approach that you're taking. I think the combination of both of your backgrounds creates a really nice perspective on school safety. And the only other thing I'll say is I'm really looking forward to seeing the results from the safety assessments. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was wondering if you can explain a little bit more about the scope of work about the restorative justice coordinators and how they're going to work with student leaders in restorative justice.
So we have a meeting with Leah Esser and her team to talk about how we can, better utilize that restorative justice person, right? And one thing that we talked about initially was, that person is planted in the schools. So we can use that person, the restorative justice piece, to help problem solve, help reach out to students, be an extra support. But not every situation is going to need to be police involved, or we need to call police. So just utilizing what I said earlier about our connections, internal systems. So still just piecing together how we can better utilize that restorative justice person with Office of Student and Staff Support.
Got it. Thank you. I really would like to hear more about that as we go into the school year. Peer-to-peer support, one of the most high leverage strategies for learning and for conflict resolution and relationship building. And I know from our last ad hoc, we really emphasize the importance of RJ student leaders and even paying them stipends. And so I think that's something that we should look into this year too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member.
I'm good. Thank you all so much for your presentation. I think often when we talk about student safety, we conflate safety with behavior and we focus on the secondary level. So we focus primarily on our high school students. One of the bigger factors in terms of safety for our younger learners who are more likely to be victims of inappropriate behavior from adults is actually education and empowerment, giving students the tools to report and centering the voices of those who have been harmed, so that students know that when something happens to them that isn't okay with them or doesn't feel right to them, that it's okay to talk about that. How are you all incorporating that into what we're calling safety, and how are you centering our younger learners in this conversation?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks so much for bringing that up. I do agree that we often focus on secondary and elementary is just as, or even, well, I'm not going to say even more, equally as important when thinking about safety, because those are some of those foundational pieces. Because of my background in school social work and because of my previous years in the office or in the Department of Student and Staff Support, I've actually brought some of the tools and skills that I've used as the lead social worker to this job. And again, a big reason why we're really intentionally talking about how much overlap gap exists between our office and the Department of Student and Staff Support, because we are making sure that all of our students K through 5 are receiving the Child Protection Unit, which is that second step curriculum, 6 lessons at each grade level that focus on like the what you just touched on and mentioned around protective behaviors, ways to say no, how to recognize that something's unsafe, how to refuse to accept it or say no, and then how to report it to a trusted adult or a trusted person. There's also explicit lessons in that curriculum that talk about what is a safe versus unsafe touch, and then what's a wanted versus an unwanted touch, and how a safe touch can still be an unwanted touch, and how it's important to always know that you can say no, regardless of if it's a safe or an unwanted touch. So again, going into some of those things are really important. And so we make sure that all of our elementary students have that curriculum. It's now embedded in our cell scope and sequence. So that's it's going to be made sure that it's delivered. So that's definitely one piece. Another piece is that I have worked really closely with Dane County in the child protection or in child abuse and neglect reporting. We have a really wonderful guidance document that not only involves kind of what to do if you are believing that a report needs to be made, but also really lays out what is and is not considered maltreatment. It goes into specifics around what to do if there's non-caregiver abuse, what to do if there is caregiver abuse, what to do if there's peer-to-peer contact or abuse. It goes into even more specific examples around things like trafficking, human trafficking, other types of sexual violence. And then it offers a flow chart around not only like thinking about what it means to be sexually active, but then also what it would mean if there was sexual violence of any kind. So we really want to make sure that is something that's also understood all K through 12, but especially focusing on our younger students, where we definitely see where we can really see some of those safety issues in that they're establishing their own ideas of how to protect themselves, how to advocate for themselves, what learning about consent, all of those things are super important. So definitely we'll keep making sure that that's a huge part of our work.
Thank you so much for speaking to that and for emphasizing kind of consent, and also emphasizing, what are the steps that we can take that allow our young people to be safer at school and to have the tools to navigate not only their own safety, but the safety of their peers. My next question is specific to sexual and reproductive health and is specific to our adolescent youth. So we talked earlier or at our last regular board meeting about the overturning of Roe v. Wade and what that means for some of our adolescent young people, and what we can do to make sure that our young people have access to contraceptive, have access to accurate information, can be safe in navigating their bodies and the bodies of other folks. A few years ago, we had a pilot that was free contraceptive or free condoms at West High School. I'm wondering about the success of that pilot. We haven't revisited it since we started it, and whether or not an expansion of that pilot is something we'd want to see at the other high schools, given the need to really talk about how to prevent unwanted pregnancy in a state where abortion is a felony.
Gina, would you like me to ask Carrie to take part of that for you?
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely remember the pilot, but I think in honor of our collaboration with student and staff support, I'd love for if Carrie or Leah was able to speak to it a little bit further.
Carrie, why don't you just give a brief update, and then perhaps at another time we could talk about this topic in more depth, if that's okay with the board?
Would be absolutely great. Thanks so much for chiming in, Leah.
Awesome. All right. I haven't seen Carrie turn her camera on yet. Oh, there she is. Perfect.
Leah, can you just repeat again what you want me to give a brief update?
Yeah,
on?
if you could just focus on the condom distribution pilot and our work within health offices to prevent pregnancy and support students who are in need of condoms or birth control.
Yeah, that's a great question. So that actually started with one of our school nurses who was going through her DNP at the time, Stephanie Grauman, the West High School nurse, did that as part of her doctorate in nursing program. And so really looked at being able to start a pilot program with starting with West High School, and did a lot of community outreach and focus groups and student voice gathering, and really started the pilot at West High School. And then it has slowly kind of rolled out and been implemented at the various other high schools. And then we also have a big, strong partnership with the public health. They have a wonderful sexual health clinic as well, where they are able to do some testing and treatment with that, and also collaborations with other local community agencies for referring out for services with that. So that's kind of been, gosh, it's probably been at least 5 years, I think, or more. I lost a few years with COVID, so give or take a couple with COVID, I don't remember. But it's been in the works about that long for the condom distribution. And so as part of that, it isn't as simple as just, walking in. They usually have a time where they have like a reproductive counseling session with the nurse that's working in the school, where they really sit down to have an explanation, to be able to share with them the variety of choices that they might have, and then connecting them to other resources that we might not have on site at our high schools as well.
Thank you so much for that update and for answering those questions.
Yeah.
I have one thing that I want to kind of circle back to real quick that we didn't really touch on. We talked about it earlier, but is us being more intentional too with home visits. When a student has let's say gotten in trouble, or something like that, where it goes to a level of suspension or expulsion. Gina and I have also had the pleasure of sitting down with those families in an intimate setting, and just offering more support on, just outside of school, like jobs, mentorships, any other community connections, where for the youth or the family in general. We've also suggested some family therapy for one of the families. So that's one of the intentional shifts that we're kind of looking forward to connecting with under our office as well this year.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate you coming and talking to us about the Office of School Safety and the jobs that you do. I guess one of the things that I learned is about the prevention-based school safety teams that have a very proactive and it sounds like a larger community of people coming together at each school to discuss this. And you mentioned something about the meetings that happen to discuss that in each school. And given that each one of us is a representative to a certain number of schools, if those meetings are happening, you could let us know when they are. I think it would be great if board members, if they're available, if they could participate in those as they transpire throughout the year.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. We'll look forward to having you back in a couple months and do some more updates, but we really appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to our summer maintenance update. We have Mr. Cedric Hodo joining us. Thank you for your patience tonight, and we are happy to receive your update about all the great work that the building services team has been doing to get our schools ready for the school year.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Committee Chair Gomez Smith. Alyssa, if you would help drive the slides, I would really appreciate it. Let's get started here. First of all, greetings to the Board of Education, Dr. Jenkins, community members, faculty, staff, students. My name is Cedric Hodo, your Senior Executive Director of Building Services Operations. On behalf of the entire Building Services team, we thank you for this privilege of providing an update of our summer projects. Next slide. As always, we anchor each presentation in our core values and strategic goals. While each goal is important, the one that resonates the most with Building Services is goal number 2. The district and every school in it is a place where children, staff, and families thrive. This presentation will provide the viewers with an insight to how Building Services is supporting the Board of Education and the great works in which Dr. Jenkins is envisioning. Next slide. Many of you all may not know, we have a mission statement. Building Services mission statement. The mission of Building Services is to effectively manage, maintain, and upgrade the buildings and grounds of the Madison Metropolitan School District in order to provide the highest quality of energy efficient environment for education. Next slide. This evening, the team will be sharing our work in progress on projects during the summer of 2022. We will give you an update on staff training, interior, exterior, maintenance, and operational projects. And finally, a brief overview of our long-range projects and the progress we've made thus far. As a team, we are laser focused on one guiding theme, building operational excellence within MMSD, and we are extremely excited about the work in which we're accomplishing. Next slide. Most notably, this summer, Dean Kuntz has been appointed as Assistant Director of Building Services. Marcy Simonis has stepped up into a management role after having been serving as a food service worker and a building custodian in the last 14 years within the district. Nick Guetta is a fantastic manager with building services experience, and he's currently serving as our interim project manager. And then finally, some good news as well, showing our team's ability to transfer within. Angela Mas, custodial manager, has also accepted a position with the Office of Professional Development at MMSD, supporting the district in another role. Kudos and congratulations to her promotion. Next slide. Training and professional development. Despite staffing challenges, Building Services is committed to investing in professional development. Dedicated training to our trades team in the areas of electrical safety, preventive back injury, and OSHA training supports our long-term retention efforts. We would like to publicly thank our risk managers consultants, M3, for spearheading this for MMSD. This collaboration is a cost savings preventative measure which significantly reduces our chances for work-related injuries or fatalities to occur, particularly during heavy construction phases. Finally, our custodial ops team is working on reinforced training in the areas of floor care, munis training, chemical safety, proper PPE, heavy equipment, and chainsaw usage. Working in a safe, thriving, and nourishing environment supports goal number 2. And finally, investments in training and the development of our workforce will solidify our commitment to our current and future staff. I'll toss the ball over to Alyssa. Alyssa, next slide.
Thanks, Cedric. All right, this summer, the Building Services team launched over $2.5 million in major interior projects, a selection of which are listed here. And several of the projects were completed at the Doyle Administration Building, you'll notice. So there was an elevator replacement that kicked off in the spring, enhanced audiovisual systems, and the remodeling of our tech services offices. So let's dive into a few other project highlights. Electrical projects like the LED conversion that was completed at Anana are not only in line with our district energy goals, but save operational costs over time. With additional resources, a building like Anana would receive a complete mechanical redesign to achieve our 100% renewable energy goals. The color temperature and the dimmable features of the new LED lights support student focus and performance, in contrast to the fluorescent lights that they replaced. At Midvale, a multifaceted project included conditioned air for the main office and bathroom renovations, which saw a complete replacement of plumbing fixtures, finishes, and toilet partitions, plus the implementation of touchless fixtures. These are similar to toilet renovations that were completed last year at other schools, and we would like to continue this trend of updating and upgrading toilet rooms across MMSD. At a selection of schools, old vinyl tile corridor flooring was abated this summer. And instead of replacing with similar flooring, which requires gallons of chemical stripper and wax, plus hours of labor, we are shifting towards polished concrete in the corridors, which is a durable and low maintenance finish that has a naturalistic finish, especially in existing buildings. This image of Shorewood is an example of polished concrete completed this summer. And a major bottle filling station effort has been underway for a few months now and concluded this summer. This effort touches on the collaboration between MMSD and the UW Pediatrics Department. Dr. Ellen Wald, who wrote the letter to the board, who emphasized that adequate water consumption is a key component of a healthy diet. As too many adults and children do not drink the recommended amount of water each day, improving access to water at school is an important initiative. To date, Building Services has installed 306 water bottle filling stations district-wide, with 181 of those being installed this summer. This equates to at least one bottle filling station per 100 occupants. Fulfilling work orders in a timely manner is the primary focus of Building Services. So we're glad to report that 1,330 work orders have been completed so far this summer. Amid many projects, large and small, maintaining our level of customer service and work order response is a priority. Often work order tracking guides our maintenance project priorities, as with this summer's Chavez pipe replacement project. Other times, an emergent situation will demand a maintenance project, as with the La Follette pool leak remediation. I'll pass it to Svetlin for more details on these maintenance projects.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having us on this presentation. Chavez leaky pipe replacement in Building Services, our highest priority is providing safe, comfortable spaces for staff and students to teach and learn. Issues involving water leaks in buildings are always given the highest priority to prevent water damage, equipment failures, indoor air quality issues, and possible mold growth. This summer, MMSD's team has completed a planned project to replace faulty pipe joints, pump seals, and piping on hot water loop in Chavez Elementary School that has been leaking due to years of expansion and contraction. Fluid temperature cycles. The mechanical groove joints were removed and a welded system was installed to improve quality and longevity. And house labor saved approximately $20,000 on this project alone. Not all maintenance projects are planned in advance. When the La Follette pool, which was closed for the summer due to the renovation works in the referendum, the pool began losing 5,000 gallons of water each day. So the MMSD plumbing team jumped into action. They diagnosed the leak by staining the pool water and identified other maintenance needs in the pool basin, including the repair and pipe replacements. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Cedric for our summer cleaning efforts.
All right, thank you, Isabella. As you can see, our teams are currently in the final stages of school cleaning and floor care finish, commonly referred to as stripping and waxing. We are improving past practices by implementing industry best standards. Under the Association of Physical Plant Administrators, or commonly called APA standards, there are 5 levels of cleaning. 1 is the highest rating, typically is orderly or what is considered hospital clean, while 5 is also considered unkept or neglected. We are working to incrementally increase our overall standards to reflect best-in-class schools for educational purposes. This will be commonly referred to as a 2 rating in the APA standards, and we're working toward that. Next slide. Summer cleaning and COVID mitigation. We use EPA hospital-grade broad-spectrum bacteria and virus disinfectant. This level of cleaning provides a safe space as we continue to combat coronavirus and other threats. Deep cleaning sanitation of classrooms, restrooms, and common areas are currently being completed as we head into the final weeks before school reopens. To improve air quality and reduce potential indoor air contaminants in occupied spaces during the pandemic, the following standards have been implemented. Number 1, MMSD has upgraded to more efficient filters on our HVAC system. Number 2, increase ventilation rates. Number 3, increase equipment run times to flush buildings before and after school. Number 4, perform HVAC operational checks per CDC and ASHRAE recommendations. Number 5, MMSD also brought in a third-party consultant to review our COVID mitigation strategies. Number 6, Prepare an independent report that is linked on our district website, and you can go access that. Number 7, the air filters in all MMSD buildings are scheduled to be replaced a minimum of 3 times per year. And finally, improve filter efficiencies along with controlled adjustments for increased ventilation rates and flushing time. So as you can see, these preventive measures and more are being incorporated in our overall plan to protect health and the safety of our building occupants. I'll toss it back over to Alyssa. Next slide.
In addition to summer cleaning, the building services operations team takes on special projects in the summer months. Custodial teams are responsible for moving and reorganizing classroom furniture for the next school year. And our grounds trucks and custodial teams handled a portion of the referendum furniture moves that made the summer phase of Findorf's work possible. For the grounds department, 750 acres, imagine 750 football fields, try to put that picture in your mind, of MMSD owned property need routine lawn care and field maintenance. The team also installs field and baseball diamond striping, performs aeration, performs school forest maintenance, and picks up many landscape maintenance and exterior beautification projects. The recent investment in lawnmowers, power washing equipment, skid steers, and heavy machinery, as approved by our board and Dr. Jenkins, was so appreciated by the buildings and grounds team and completely supported the volume of work required. Speaking of exterior work, we're going to pass it to Svetlin. He'll share an overview of major exterior projects undertaken this summer.
Thank you, Alyssa. All right. So this summer, Building Services was approved to address major maintenance issues. We salute the Board of Education for your commitment to investing in quality education. The continued improvement and innovations are needed. On this slide, you will see a wide range of exterior projects ranging from concrete, asphalt, chimney repairs, storm drainage, playground upgrades, and repairs, all vital to upkeep the longevity of our district properties. Building Services stands ready to maintain our schools as additional funds become available. Rest assured, we are laser focused on our infrastructure and building needs, and we look forward to working with the Board of Education and Dr. Jenkins to develop a long-term plan. Next slide, please. Over the last summer, Building Services, yes, on this slide, actually, you can see all the exterior project highlights. We have before and after pictures, some of the concrete repairs that we have performed and we are continuing to perform, and some of the asphalt work we have been doing to our school sites. Next slide, please. Over the summer, Building Services has partnered with our contracted consultants, PRA Architects and Zimmerman Architects, and we have been working on designs for renovations for 5 schools. These schools are in line with MMSD's sustainability goals and aim at replacing the mechanical equipment that has exceeded its useful life. Such equipment is steam boilers, air handlers, and univents, and we are planning to replace these with geothermal central plants, which will be able to provide heating and cooling to all academic spaces in the buildings. These designs are the first steps we are taking in our journey to achieving our renewable energy goals. We are also working on a study for updating our facilities conditions report in regards to HVAC and exterior envelope. As we complete this study this fall, we are hoping that we will have the final report beginning of October. We would like to use it as a basis for our long-range facilities capital planning. Furthermore, Building Services has been working on a study dedicated to achieving the renewable energy goals for the school district, and we would like to coordinate our sustainability vision with the efforts of upkeep and renovation of our buildings and plan for the future as a leader in the K-12 education. Our next steps are to bring the designs that we are working on right now to life, and we would not be able to achieve that without the support of MMSD's Board of Education, the guidance of our superintendent, Dr. Jenkins, and the community. With this, we conclude our presentation for tonight, and we look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Svetlin. So we'll toss it back to our Operations Committee Chair, Gomez-Smith, for any questions.
All right, thank you so much for this presentation. I am again going to take a quick loop around the room. Please Let me know if you have any questions. Board President Muldrow.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for this presentation. I don't have questions at this time, but I will say it is really invigorating to see the work that you all are doing, to see our schools transform, to see the level of care and commitment you all are putting into our schools. I'm so excited to see the progress in terms of the referendum, but it's a good reminder of the more general work that we're doing across the district at all of our schools. So thank you all so much for this presentation this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Board Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to echo what Ali said, and much gratitude. I don't believe that's the La Follette pool, but my eyes will happen. So yeah.
That's La Follette's pool. That's La Follette's pool.
That is not.
Yeah. Hey, but listen, I just want to thank you all as well. I think your commitment should be duly noted. On behalf of Dr. Jenkins and the entire board, I know we've had a rough night tonight, long night, but rest assured, we're making progress. It is refreshing to see community members walk over and speak to you directly as you're observing the grounds and we're making these projects come to life. People thanking us for bringing their property value back up. The entrance and exits of the schools, people are returning back to play on the playgrounds over the weekend. These are things that are uplifting and refreshing. And I want to thank you, board, for committing resources to get this done. So that's very important to our entire team, completely uplift our entire team. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Simpkin.
Yeah, I also don't have any questions, and I just want to say thank you to you and to every member of your team who we often don't see, but really do make a very important contribution to the experience that our students have. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Board Member Simpkins.
Board Member Nick.
Yes, Mr. Hodo, thank you so much for a great update, and really exciting to hear the progress that you all have been making. I do have a question, you know I do, because I would not be Board Member Nichelle Nichols if I didn't have a question. You talked a little bit in your update about putting in the water filling stations. And as you know, after tonight, after your presentation tonight, we still have to go on to the wellness policy. And you may have heard some of the public comment tonight about water filling stations. So I just wanted to know, I think I saw the number 306 have been installed district-wide. Can you say anything else about plans coming into 22-23 around water filling stations? Or I mean, if I missed that, I apologize, but yeah, just wanted to bring that in because it connects to our next agenda topic.
Sure, absolutely. And our mechanical engineer, Mike McDonald, is more than welcome to come off camera as well. But in a nutshell for you, 306 have been installed. We worked very diligently over the summer to implement this 181. We recognize that the access to fresh, clean, filtered water is something of very importance. And our team has worked that. When you look at the numbers, we have roughly about 30,000 students and faculty and staff in our district. It breaks down to about one water station per 100 occupants per school. This is sufficient for access to clean water. I would highly encourage the board to continue investing in them. This is one of the top items that's on back order for over a year. And as we got these filling stations in, we filled them. Also keep in mind, it's just not about a water station. There's access to electrical, there's plumbing, there's plumbing that has to be also, in some cases, retrofitted just to get these water stations on. And so everybody is pressing to get these specific type of brands. But rest assured, it's important to us. We have 306 in, and if the board would like for us to continue to look at additional ones, we're certainly encouraged to do so as well. But we totally agree with everyone's perspective about access to water. And that was important for us over the summer to complete. So hopefully that answered your question. We're ready. We're excited for the kids to come back to school. And we're here ready and standing, willing and able. as you see fit.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Hodo and your team for this presentation. I just want to recognize the scope of the work you were doing across all of our buildings, across all of our grounds, and just again, the scope of that work is amazing. And I think we do recognize that we have to continue to invest in that to upgrade and maintain our buildings on a schedule. So we really do appreciate the work that you're doing and you showing some of the results of that hard work over the summer. I guess we will have you back next month to talk about referendum projects and an update on that. So we will see you and the team next month.
Yeah, I think we have referendum next month and transportation.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to our last two agenda items, the wellness policy and the transfer policy. And so I see Sherry jumping on here. Do you want to give us a quick rundown of the policies in front of us? There was one thing that I wanted to say about the wellness policy and wanted to ask specifically before we get into the presentation and conversation, our timeline for needing to vote on this policy. Is there a timeline based on USDA guidelines where we have to approve or update any of this? The reason I'm asking is because I know we have some important updates that came out of the District Wellness Advisory Committee or more recommendations to work on the wording of the policy, and that those weren't able to be incorporated into what was given to the board for this meeting. It was just a timing issue. You all have a lot going on this week with the Leadership Institute and other things. So I guess what I wanted to know is do we have some time to allow you to get that incorporated in some of the suggestions, and what timeline are we working on to get this voted on and approved?
Well, good evening, everyone. I did have a conversation with Ashley about how we would like to move forward. One of her concerns was that we still, after the policy work is done, have to do the work to create the procedure manual for the policy. And so I think I'm leaning on her to tell me how she thinks and what timeline she thinks is most appropriate in the situation, knowing that her committee just had the opportunity to review the policy last week. And so I'm thinking, I don't know, because everyone is in the Institute this week, that we will be able to get the team together in time to have the final comments reviewed and those items that are necessary added by next week. And I'm thinking that if at the latest we could pass it at the end of September, that would be okay. And we continue to work on during that time, because I know it's a lag and not the most desirable timeline, but then that would also give us an opportunity to start the work on the procedural manual that goes along with it. And that might actually answer some of the questions that were asked tonight, because we will have time to actually work on it. Ashley has spent a significant amount of time trying to work on this. It's just that schedules are what they are. And so it was very difficult to get it done. But I'll let her speak to whether or not she thinks that setting it out for September, but at the same time working on the procedure manual to go along with those final changes would be an appropriate timeline.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to that. And Ashley, welcome. I know you have a quick PowerPoint for us to explain the policy, and then I would love to hear your opinion on timeline and process going forward.
All right. Hi, everyone. Ashley Riley, she, her, FIAD Health and Wellness Coordinator in Curriculum and Instruction. So I'm here today. Can someone share the slides, or should I?
I can do it.
You want me to do that? Okay, thank you. All right, and just nothing much on this slide other, well, this is very important, but on the bottom, all students and staff are and feel healthy, safe, supported, engaged, and challenged, meaning academically challenged, is the vision statement for our current wellness policy and wellness programming in MMSD. Next slide. And just briefly, just to remind, just kind of the purpose of a wellness policy. Now, not only was it enacted that all schools that participate in free and reduced or school lunch programs have a wellness policy, but also using this policy to serve as a targeted universal strategy for schools and all their stakeholders to work collaboratively to better align systems, policies, practices to create healthier environments for schools and community. You'll see that several of the topics that were discussed tonight in the board meeting link with this policy as well. And I just wanted to give a brief update on the different ways that the working group has got gathered input from stakeholders. So starting last December, we brought the District Wellness Advisory Council back together. November, we did a community input survey that we received, I think it's 522 responses, just on input of what is going well in the district and where people would like to see improvements or recommendations. Then in December, we started a District Wellness Advisory Council Policy Subcommittee that met 3 times throughout the school year. January presented updates to the Board of Ed. In March, we reached out to different groups in collaboration with Healthy Kids Collaborative to collect input from Youth Voice. And so specifically, we looked at the health services pathways at East High School and La Follette, and then Memorial High School Healthy Kids Collaborative worked with a youth listening session there. And also Healthy Kids Collaborative helped perform some in-person family surveying at Mendota Elementary. April, we had the final subcommittee meeting for the policy. We had shared a board memo, and then Healthy Kids Collaborative organized a community event of their evening of advocacy. In May, we presented a memo in the wellness check, just briefly giving an update to the timeline to everyone. And then just last Wednesday, brought back together the District Wellness Advisory Council for another meeting. Next slide. Policy updates, just some high level things that had that needed to be done. First off, the current policy, the way that the document is presented in board docs, has policy and procedure, when most of the language is in actual procedure versus policy. And so the first step was we had to make sure that all the USDA requirements were actually in policy versus procedure to make sure that we had compliance. But then continuing to expand, like our current policy, adding and modifying different WISC components within the policy language. So we added a component of the physical environment. We added youth voice. We renamed the social emotional climate to school culture and climate to better match the different areas of the work that already exists in our district. And then we separated family engagement from community involvement into 2 components. And the model that you see here on the screen is called it's the CDC's and the ASCD's model of school wellness, coordinated school wellness. And it looks at creating those systems and processes and policies to be better in line across the district. And that's where the majority of the policy is anchored in as far as what is considered school wellness. And then just some small pieces too. There's an assessment tool that we have to use every 3 years as a school district for the triennial assessment to look at 3 different things. But the one tool that was used in this case is the WellSat 3.0. And that basically just assesses the quality of the language in your wellness policy, and it measures it by comprehensiveness and strength. And so we just wanted to make sure that the language that was specifically in the policy was as strong as it could be, based on best practices and where things are. Also adding clarity for implementation to make sure that the who and what is present. We also added some language. This is one example about the WellSat assessment data. Talked about our policy didn't have anything around destigmatizing free and reduced lunch or students with unpaid balances. So we just added language into our policy that talks about those two specific things. Also just clarifying requirements for smart snacks in schools. And then we, I guess the last thing, updating language around recess minutes. The last policy had said working towards 30 minutes for middle schools, and based on feedback from principals and different admin, looking at just that 20 to 30 minutes, which still is in alignment with best practices of 20 or more minutes per day. Next slide. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight the data around the WellSat 3.0. So if you look at our current policy, but you actually take what's in procedure and call it policy, let's just say, you can see the current policy in 2018, it was passed. The comprehensive scores were 84 and the strength was 54. In this new, the current draft that is attached to the agenda today, you can see that now that everything is moved where it needs to be, that the scores of that assessment have gone up. And so what questions do you have? And I know there was one specifically you mentioned about timeline, but I don't know when you want me to address that.
Yeah, that would be great. I guess my question around that was just the timeline. Are we under any restrictions from any federal or state guidelines that we have to update this by a certain time?
I do know that, I'd have to get back to specifically to make sure that this is fully accurate, but I do know that every 3 years a school wellness policy is supposed to be updated. I just don't know what the lenience of that. We also had COVID in there, and that changed a lot of different due dates and things for districts around the wellness policy update and assessment. So I'd have to get the specifics to you, but I feel like what Sherry said around having more time to connect with different departments to then have that procedures document, which is started but in draft form, just laid out for better transparency of what the procedures are. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Any questions going forward? Do you all want me to go around the circle again? Okay, let's start with Board Member Nichols.
I'm only laughing at myself actually because it's like I always have a question. Hi, Ashley. Thank you for your work on this and to everybody who's been involved. So I noticed in the draft language that we have now in the policy, and this is a specific reference to the drinking water access. I see that we do mention that all students and staff will have access to free, safe, unflavored drinking water, where school meals are served, and also throughout the school day and during the extended school day through water bottle filling stations and other access points in school buildings. So I guess I'm looking for a little bit of context because I see that in the drafted policy language. And we had quite a bit of public comment tonight, encouraging us as a board to be even more inclusive about, I think it was water filling stations and students being able to carry water bottles. So just wondering if you could help maybe talk about what the conversations have been on the advisory council about what made it into the policy about water access and maybe why certain things did not, just to help me understand the context of our public comment.
Yeah, no, I forgot to mention in the slides, but the feedback that was received by the last District Wellness Advisory Council meeting has been taken, collected, and needs to be looked at with our internal team yet. And then if changes need to be made, can be done. So specifically around the water access, I believe the community is wanting, or the community was sharing not only today, but in the District Wellness Advisory Council, specific language around being able to carry water bottles. Some of the context has been some schools can, some schools can't, due to different reasons. And conversation has been around having that specific language in there. There's other conversation also about like what is policy versus procedure, and where do each of those things, where do they live between these two documents? What is school-based decisions versus district-based decisions and such? And Sherry, feel free to jump in if I'm saying that correctly.
You're correct in your assessment. One of the things that we specifically, or I specifically asked of our associate superintendents, was that they review the document and indicate where there might be a conflict between what we're saying in the updated policy and what actually the practice might be in schools. And so we will go back and look at it again. And again, I'll have to lean on the associate superintendents because they're closer to that work. And they oversee the principals, to have them discuss it among themselves and come back with a recommendation that they think in language that will work for everyone. I don't want to be in a position where we say everyone will have a water bottle. That was one suggestion, because then that assumes that the students will actually carry them, or that parents will be trying to force them to carry water bottles, or that we will provide water bottles. And so we just need to think about specific words and how we're going to use them within it. There has always been water access in the policy. And so if we're talking about the method of water access, that's where we start talking about policy versus procedure.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of other quick follow-ups. I hope they're quick. Thank you for that. I also noticed in the wellness policy and the kind of the guidance document that was uploaded in board docs, there is, it looks like intentionally, no reference to wellness within the context of us having pandemics at this point. And so I'm wondering, is that because all of our like COVID-19 or other kind of pandemic disease mitigation sits in a different document, and we're not using kind of this wellness policy around the physical environment and any of those other things that might keep students and staff well? We're seeing that as a kind of a separate domain of wellness.
I would say it's connected to this policy. I would just say that the policy isn't all encompassing of all of the other practices and policies in the district. So where I see some specific things that we had changed based on feedback and in response to COVID is is adding a physical environment section. We don't have one currently in the policy. We may reference in the guiding principles that that we believe that physical environment impacts health and well-being, but this new proposed policy has I believe 2 or 3 different bullet points built out in that section. But what you'll probably see more in detail than connected to COVID would be in the procedures, because those things as far as like social distancing or like ventilation stuff, those things are kind of live elsewhere. But in the procedures would be connected to the department's work that is being done. So I feel like that one specifically, the physical environment, adding that piece, and also just strengthening like health services language in the document as well, just kind of reiterating the importance of school nurses in our buildings and kind of their role that they play.
Okay, great. And then the last part of the policy that was connected to school culture and climate, there's some language in there about the district will strengthen and sustain a focus on social emotional learning. The district will continue to support a whole school approach to restorative justice and practices by partnering with schools to build authentic relationships and community. So that's the policy language. The how and the what you're doing would be sitting in something that's the procedural part, correct?
Correct. And I would say that was some of the feedback that we received last Wednesday too, is just wanting to be a little bit more clear and not too vague in certain parts. But yes, the procedure would be, maybe that's where it says, the student services teams, Okay. But yeah, that was a piece of feedback that we got definitely from that working group on Wednesday for some of the other components further down in the policy of just like, what does that mean? And I think by having a peek at the procedures, it will give people a little bit more context behind what that looks like and how it will be measured.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Right, Board Member Simpkin. Before you go, I just want to jump in and say that in regards to the being able to carry water bottles, I did go through and looked at a policy from a different district that actually has some really good language. I mean, it just says, additionally, the district will allow students and staff to carry a refillable water bottle while on campus. And so I think it's still vague enough to say that we allow it, not that we're going to provide it or that they can have it with them at every moment or need to have it with them at every moment of the school day. But we might want to take a look at that. So just a follow up from Board Member Nichols' comments on that. All right, Board Member Simpkin.
Okay, thank you. I have been listening, as all of us have, all evening to talking about water, which is making me recognize that there's nothing in this policy about access to the bathroom. And it seems, from my experiences with the school district, I am aware that teachers have their own comfort level with allowing students to leave class to use the bathroom. And I know that that does result in some students who deliberately don't drink during the day. And so I'm wondering if you had a conversation around a common policy for access to the bathroom. I'll ask you that first.
Yeah, it's interesting because so if you look at the subset of the youth voice that was collected for input, bathrooms were right up there with school safety as far as being the areas that I guess you just say students brought up in the conversation. So part of the procedures that's drafted does talk about language isn't official or anything, but like looking into that and like continuing to collect voice from students, because what do they mean by that? What do they want to see? What do schools, administration, staff, just kind of, it was not even just access, but also like the access to period products and access to more all gender restrooms and things like that. So I feel like it wasn't specific policy language, but more so procedure on what this looks like moving forward, kind of like setting a goal to dig into this topic more with youth and figure out more problem solving to help that situation. But that definitely, restrooms were brought up, and in the current policy, draft, I believe it says in the physical environment section that the like health and wellness policies and procedures will be considered in remodels and new buildings. You're getting to that point around restrooms and like how that impacts student well-being and staff at schools.
I'd like, I'm not surprised that it was brought up a lot by students because it was a very common conversation in my household. And so, and in many parents, you know, everybody's having that conversation. So I would really like to see in this version of the wellness policy, a statement that provides guidance for teachers around allowing students to use the bathroom when they need to.
Thank you for that feedback. I can take that back to the internal team for sure to talk about.
Cindy, I saw you pop on. Did you have a comment?
I did. Thank you, Board Member Simpkins. I think what you raised gets back into the difference between practice, procedure, and policy. So I think as we continue to build out the procedural guidance that really shows the how in more detail, then that is something we would take in versus what goes in the physical policy. I know we've been working with Ashley and the team on that. So I just wanted to state that for you and for the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Castro.
Yeah, thank you. I was just gonna say, said it before, policy is only as good as the resources we put behind it or the people implementing the policy. So thank you, Board Member Gomez-Schmidt, about, you know, some creative ways with the water bottle. And then thank you, Board Member Simpkin. You know, we need to have a conversation about classroom community building and expectations and pedagogy in the classroom that, you know, allow students to use the restroom, go fill up the water bottles for a multitude of reasons. So, you know, that practice side will be important, and making sure, yeah, kids have their rights. And I guess a message to the community and all the folks that give us public comment, we are going to be returning to this policy. We are still incorporating some edits. So thank you.
Vice President Pearson.
No, I don't have any other questions, but thank you all.
President Muldrow.
Ashley, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm always grateful when you come in and talk to us. I think in part because you're always on kind of the proactive side of making our schools a better place to be a young person and a better place to be an educator. So thank you for the work that you're doing in this policy and the work that you've done consistently over the years for our community and our schools. I want to echo Board Member Simpkins' questions about the restroom. I also want to acknowledge that, oh gosh, 2 years ago, we invested about $250 in menstrual equality and menstrual products throughout our district, and making sure that those are available in all of our gendered restrooms, because our young people, you know, have a lot of relationships with gender and gender expression, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to use any specific restroom just because they're a person who menstruates. So emphasizing where restrooms, where bodily autonomy fit into this policy, and also acknowledging the role of bias, right? Like who is allowed to go to the bathroom and who is trusted in the hallway and who is not. And what we're doing proactively through this policy and the procedures that support it to address those dynamics that are, you know, things we've talked about for a really long time. So I want to thank you for your work, and I want to highlight those areas. And that's it for me.
I will just add a few more suggestions onto what has already been discussed for I gave my comment on the water bottle potential language. I'm also curious about the water access requirements for Wisconsin commercial buildings. It sounds like might be what there's some sort of ratios or something. And based on what Mr. Hodo told us and Alyssa Brown told us on the significant upgrades we have done to installing water bottle stations, I'm guessing we're beyond the minimum standard in what we're already doing. And so I'm wondering if we could add some language around the expectations around renovations and new construction in buildings and what we would expect for water bottle filling stations there. Other two notes, there is a school safety reference in there, and I would just ask that we add the school safety teams in. I think it mentions critical response teams, but we also know that we have these proactive school safety teams. So if that is a suggestion to add in. And then last thing, I hope this isn't throwing you a curveball, but one of the things that our schools are working on before the school year starts is updating guidance and sort of protocols around cell phone use and things like that when students are in the classroom and are part of a learning community. And I know that we are potentially going to be taking a look at our personal electronic device policy, but I'm wondering if there might be something to put into the wellness policy, a line somewhere about learning environments that are conducive to or classrooms that are conducive to learning and promoting that and minimizing distraction, or, you know, it's all about building relationships and having our students involved in their learning. So if there's something we can add somewhere about that, I would encourage that. And then the last thing I just want to say is I really appreciated this well-set policy scoring that you put up and how it has really improved from the 2018 draft to this one. The comprehensiveness is amazing. I'm kind of wondering what we would need to do to bring the strength up of our policies. So if that is language where people are saying it might be too vague, if that's increasing or strengthening that language, happy to see that happen before the next revision comes to us too. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that has gone into us. Thank you, or gone into this. Thank you to all the speakers who came and spoke tonight, everyone who has participated on the District Wellness Advisory Council, and all the students who lifted their voice to participate and give their opinions. With all of that being said, we do have a student rep here who has been with us this whole night. So Lavinia, are there any comments that you have regarding the wellness policy or any questions you have?
Yeah, I was there for the meeting last Wednesday, so I was able to ask some questions and share my thoughts on that. But the main thing really is kind of just the difference between policy and procedure. And I think a lot of my doubt lies within that. So for now, there aren't any specific questions, but thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Sherry, is there anything else that you wanted to add for going forward?
No, I was just anticipating introducing the next policy.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Thank you all.
All right, last on the agenda, we have one more policy.
And this is the transfer policy. I asked Dr. Bendata to hang with us tonight to discuss the few changes that we have to that policy. I can try to indicate what we're looking at, and then if you have any questions, she's available to answer them. A couple things were, well, one thing was added to the policy about Madison Promise, and that is because Madison Promise is only available through application like some of our other specialized programming. And so it would not be a candidate for a student to transfer in. They actually have to go through the application process. And then we also have, we wanted to clarify around high school students and what happens. Let's say they're in 9th grade at West and their family moves to the East attendance area. We clarified that they can make a decision. They can either remain at West with the understanding that transportation won't be provided, or they could decide that they want to transfer the East for ease of transportation. And then the only other question, and I think I just answered that, is whether or not they'd be required to stay, or could they be allowed to transfer, and they'd be allowed to transfer. But I know you've all read it, and so if you have questions, please feel free to ask them.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I'm not going to go around, but please raise your hand. Yep, Board President Muldrow.
Overwhelmingly, this policy seems really straightforward, but I do wonder how internal transfers and external transfers balance each other out. So how do we make room for folks transferring into the district as well as account for internal transfers within the district? Do you get what I'm saying, Sherry?
Yes, and I'm gonna let Dr. Bendata answer that.
That's a great question. Thank you, Ali, for the question. Well, around the internal transfer period, when we have the round one applications, we do not discuss or go through the process of approving open enrolled students who are coming in from outside of the district till we go through all the internal transfer applications. When we finish the internal transfer applications and we inform our MMSD students of the results of round one, then we look at those who are applying for open enrollment. And we also have in the policy that we do communicate the results to those who are applying for internal transfer before we communicate the results to those who are requesting open enrollments, along with complying with the deadlines that the DPI put for us about open enrollment.
Thank you so much. That's it for my questions.
You're welcome.
Right, anyone else? Questions on this policy? Yeah, Board Member Simpkin.
Yes, I'm interested to know why we are making the change only for high school students to not need to reapply to if they move. Why are we not doing that for elementary and middle school students?
That is a great question. The historical data just shows that high school students who are enrolled and attending 9th through 12th grades have been all approved when they apply for an internal transfer in round one and or round two. And the reason is that we, enrollment's office, work with the principals so we can keep these students in the same cohort they have been with and eliminate the need for making big changes to their schedule, especially that the notification for the transfer results happen a week before school start. So that results in a big impact on students to start strong. So in order for them to start strong, they prepare a lot for their schedule, the courses they select, and all of a sudden, they're faced with this big change to their school, and then we're going to change their schedule. So that's one of the reasons why we are making this change as policy. It also benefits families who move every year, and the course requests also get finalized in a timely manner. So by looking at all these reasons and looking at our historical data and finding out that we have been approving these students, we've been working with principals to approve them to stay at the school they've been attending, we are proposing to board members to approve our proposal for making this a formality through making it part of the policy.
What would happen if we did the same thing for elementary and middle school students? What would be the impact?
Well, when we determine the capacity, at the elementary level at 95% and at the secondary level at 90%. And I'm saying specifically middle schools. So for high schools, the current school capacity calculation does not close a high school to application. So even if the high school is at capacity, the high school application will always be open. So basically, because even if the school is above capacity limits, applications are allowed and accepted based on available space in core courses for the grade level. Whether for the other school level, it's based on the capacity at the classroom. So I hope that answers your question.
Do you have it does to some extent. Did you gather data on how many of those requests for elementary and middle school students were not allowed?
I have those who were approved, but I can provide the information about those who were in the wait list. So we basically approved based on the grade level, not based on the school, because some schools are open for internal transfer, but you may find that we are only accepting transfer to the second or the third or the fourth grade because kindergarten is at capacity and we're not accepting students at the kindergarten level. Otherwise, we will have to add allocations.
Okay.
And every school is different.
I think that answers my question well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Nichols?
Okay. Good seeing you. I am looking at the one redlined paragraph. Man. It starts with enrollment in the dual language immersion program, comma, developmental bilingual education, pathways, early college STEM. That whole paragraph reads that if a student is in one of those programs, it's a separate process from the internal transfer process, correct?
That is correct, Michelle.
Okay, so I guess my wondering is because the policy is removing every reference to procedure, how might a family member who's looking at this policy who is going for an internal transfer and also one of the specialized programs, like what would be their order? I guess as a family member, how would you use this policy to help guide whether or not you know your child has, one, been approved for the internal transfer, but then two, is gonna be in the specialized programs that they applied for?
You know, the information we have about specialized programs is that their application to the program becomes their internal transfer application. So we substitute the application to the program with the internal transfer. Once they apply to that program, it's like, and they get accepted, it's like they have transferred to that program. The way we're going to keep families informed is the procedure is going to be posted on our website, and it is posted on our website. And we, enrollment office team, do not wait for families to apply. It's a work around the year. Whenever we have address changes, we pull a report on a weekly basis, and we send all families who move out of their attendance area a letter to ask them to apply, and we make the reference to the policy in our letter. Does that answer your question, Nisha?
I think so. So you're saying if I was a student that wanted to go to East, but La Follette had been my home school, and I want to be in the health services pathway program, are you saying that if I apply for pathways and pathways accepts me first, I'm kind of de facto getting the internal transfer to East?
You can stay.
Go ahead.
Based on your, sorry if I talk for you. Based on the application you did for pathways, you have the right to continue in that path through the your graduation at the school where you started.
Okay. Okay, I will, I'll go back and look at that paragraph. It's a little late to see if it, because I wasn't quite sure that I interpreted it that way. I could read it as they're two separate processes, but I don't know that I read the connection to both, but it could be late. So I'll just be done now.
So last question for you. All of the procedures that are being taken out of here, these live somewhere else. They all live on a website somewhere, or they live in a procedures document that families can easily access. Because it does lay out the process pretty clearly and the expectations for internal transfers in the procedure that lives in the policy we currently have. All of this information is going somewhere else. And can you Can you give us the link or where the procedure is right now?
I am checking the enrollment website.
You don't have to give it to us at this moment, but if you could work in the next, or before you come back for us to approve this, if you could provide to us where this information that is being, the procedure part that's being taken out, where it lives instead now, would be great.
Sure, we will make sure, or I will make sure that the procedure and its entirety is posted on the enrollments website for families to access.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Any other
welcome.
questions? Thank you so much for this update. We really appreciate you sticking with us this long to give us this information.
You're welcome, and thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, with that, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, Lavinia, your advisory vote.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, this meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.
So doing a workshop.
Oh.
Where was President?
Sorry.